Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, folks, here we go. We got a good one here tonight. Good charity event for you here for Alpha One Foundation. And it's going to be an awesome one here tonight for Talladega. That's right, plate style racing here with the Xfinity cars. I'll tell you what, I haven't done Xfinity cars in a while. It's usually trucks or Cup, but so it's going to be interesting to see what these guys can pull off with these machines here tonight. A good charity, good way to support. Going to have some good things. Qualifying underway right now, and you know the thing about with qualifying at plate races, I look at it more for bragging rights than anything, because guys can win all over the place at this track. Will, it's going to be interesting tonight.
Yes, it will, Joe. Talladega Superspeedway, one of the, probably, if you look at it from just a normal fan's point of view, or just a average fan, pretty much, like you said, anyone could just about win here. A lot of people get their first wins at a superspeedway, Daytona or Talladega, and you never hear from them ever again as far as going back to victory lane. And it can be treacherous, these 33 degrees of banking here in both sets of corners. and you have 16 and a half, might as well say 17 degrees of banking in the tri-oval. And you got to be careful navigating through the tri-oval if you're wanting to push someone or help someone to the victory, so to speak. You can turn them through the tri-oval because of it's kind of bumpy on the bottom, and it can be a rough challenge here at Talladega. So it's going to be interesting because it's a full length 500-mile race, and that in turns means we're going to be seeing a lot of pit stops, 28 to maybe 32, maybe 33 laps on a full tank here with the 85% fuel percentage. Sure to be a lot of pit stops, a lot of great racing in store this evening here at Talladega. So
yeah, looking forward to it here. Like I said, it's a full style race, and that's going to be interesting in itself here. Now, Alpha One Foundation, definitely go to alpha1.org. Definitely will give you all the information about Alpha One. What is it? I'll just give you a brief rundown. Alpha One, can't really pronounce what it is, so I'm gonna just stick to the Alpha One. It's a genetic condition that can cause damage to the lungs and liver. My mom had COPD, so I guess it's along the lines of where that is. There's unfortunately no cure for Alpha One, but some of the symptoms can be managed with the treatment. So that's a good one. You got to look at what Alpha One stands for. It's like I said, it's a condition that affects the lungs and liver. It's a progressive condition, unfortunately, which means it worsens over time. That's the unfortunate part. But like they said, they're working hard as a foundation and trying to get the donations that they can to help this. And it's unfortunate. It falls in the lines of, cancer and a lot of other things like that. But definitely go check out alpha1.org to get you up to speed. I posted a link out there on the pin. If you would like to donate to this organization and to the race, up there's a link to where you can go straight to their donation page on there. So up, see how you doing? But it looks like we're going to grid this thing up real quick, folks. Here we go. Stay tuned, and we got a special announcement here while we grid. Here we go, getting set for a race. Hope you enjoyed that right there. That young man definitely doing what he has to do, and unfortunately, suffering from the condition himself, but fighting along. Should be a good one here as we're going to grid them up. Patience is the word we're going to use here tonight, Mike or Will. What do you think?
Patience. We can't preach that enough. Even what we were doing the past few weeks on Saturdays, rounding out the Blitz Truck Series, they were mainly racing at super speedways, right? So patience is the virtue, especially at a race like this, a full-length 500-mile distance race, and you really want to be there at the end. So I agree with you, Joe.
Absolutely. Went back and watched that on that video. For some reason, it's a little choppy. I apologize on that one. Not quite sure. It's in a different format than what it was, but young man right there, definitely I know he's out there watching with us tonight. So, yeah, it messed up, man. Well, that's the problem. See, I on OBS, it's in a different format. Let me see if I can do just the audio of that.
Hang on, we're not going green. Not going green.
We'll see. Yeah, for some reason it's in a different audio. Yeah. I tried to do it in a different style. I mean, hey, at least we got to see the young man's face up there nonetheless. Yeah, probably should have tried to get a different one. I didn't think, it usually comes down as a video file here for us, but I know he's out there watching, and I'm gonna apologize because Mike did tell me what his name is. Maybe you can tell me what.
I'm terrible with names sometimes too, Joe.
Oh yeah, me too.
If you tell me, man, oh man, I feel bad, but.
I'll say I'll find it. Got another great sponsor here tonight. Simmetrics. Definitely go check out Simmetrics here tonight. They're bringing in a good sponsor for us here too. Awesome. The patience going to be the key here. I know that's kind of tough when it comes to plate style racing. It's just going to be I don't know, it's a long race. Got to be there to the end. Before we start too, we're going to get a moment of silence here. Unfortunately, one of the founding members of the Alpha One Foundation passing away. I hate to see that on his end. So we're going to get a moment of silence right here as we're getting set to start. So folks, stay tuned. I just let y'all folks know what we're doing out there. Hey, what's up, Al? We're just doing kind of a moment of silence here. Unfortunately, Fred Walsh, one of the founding members here, Alpha One. So unfortunately passing away around October the 4th. Doing a moment of silence here for him. A couple laps. We'll get set to go green flag racing here tonight at Talladega. Hope y'all enjoy. Sit back, get relaxed, get your refreshments. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a good one.
Green, green, green.
All right, folks, here we go. Green flag under the way. And like I said, we're racing Talladega. Lap 1 completed here. You're going to see a lot of jockeying around side by side, 2 by 2. And about the only thing here tonight, Will, that's going to split this field up is a green flag pit stops. But we're going to talk about it here. Patience, patience, patience. Because if you get up here and start pushing and shoving too soon, well, you're going to get yourself in trouble.
You will, and we will have the big one too early, in my opinion. And you never want it early. Some drivers are just like, well, I'd rather crash out early than that way, but we have 2 fast repairs for the evening, so you're not really, you can't say, I crashed out early. So you get a couple of jokers, so to speak, that we can fall back on and get back on the hook and get back out there. Car's going to look brand new, so to speak. You can look like you're Ryan Priest or Ricky Rudd at the end of the day, but you could still win this race if you're caught up in something early, is what I'm trying to allude to. So we have some drivers trying to race early on, and then others have fallen back and just decided to ride it out. Like we said, patience. So
I call it textbook drafting there, Will.
Yes,
about a hood,
I agree.
half a hood back. Usually you see that early on. I mean, sure, last lap, 2 laps ago, you're going to see that guy put that nose up the back end, try to put it to his radiator, pushing. But right now, everybody is being, kind of, cautious. You just alluded to it a little bit here too, as you see up front. You've got some good side by side racing with Niegels, Halls, Elliott, Ellenback, and I hope I'm saying some of these names right, folks. If I mess them up, just maybe out in the chat, help me out a little bit. But you'll see some guys with different strategies, like you said. Some want to stay up front, test the water. Some want to stay back in the back, maybe to avoid that big one. It's not if, it's when the big one happens. But hopefully tonight, man, we can go flag to flag. That would be a very, very impressive.
Superbly impressive as well. But like we see,
right there, Will, look, you can see the man up front. He's going to drop back. So already a car around. Never mind, I jinxed it. Yep, there we go. Yellow flag's going to fly. happened in the back here. It's about mid-packs where it happened at Element. In the 49 there, racing in that area. We'll see what happens. See the one machine, he's kind of dropping back a little bit. Bump draft in a turn. That's what that looked like right there. And I was about to talk about that too. As far as how early it is, watch it one more time here. Yep, bump draft in a turn. Those are the places, that tri-oval, whatnot, you definitely do not want to do early on. Sure, last lap, all is fair and love and racing, but early on, bump drafting in those turns, that's where you're going to see the most wrecks here at Talladega or any plate style race.
Well, you just alluded to it as well right before it happened. As far as like textbook, you called it textbook drafting, and just keeping a car length off the person in front of you, not even running full throttle, right? Like you're just being conservative. You're just riding. You're just being patient. And some people just not necessarily doing all that at the moment. Maybe they were, and it was just an accordion, and somebody could have been caught out. But it looked like, I'll agree with you right there, just a bump draft gone awry and sent someone down the track there. That's exactly what it looks like. So call it as we see it, like we always do. So just
and
an unfortunate.
that's the number one thing you do see here at plate track races, obviously, is a bump draft gone wrong. So first caution of the night here. Talladega style. It's been a good one so far here. Alpha One Foundation. Man, I tell you, got a good supporting out there. Like I say, the link, I pinned it out there if you want to donate to them. This is a charity style race. You know, they have got a lot of funds here for this thing tonight. A lot of great drivers out here. Some good prizes on board. But we'll step away for a quick second, take a commercial break. We'll be right back here in a few.
Hi, I'm Blaine Smith, the Executive Director of Team Red, White, and Blue, and I want to take a minute just to welcome you on board and let you know that we're proud to have you as a new member of our team. This short video is a way for us to give you an idea of what you can expect from your experience at Team Red, White, and Blue, and also what we expect from you in return. Something that's really, really important to the fabric of our organization is our Eagle ethos. It's just 6 words, but they mean a lot to us, and they guide us in all we do. Those 6 words: passion, positivity, people, commitment, camaraderie, and community are more than just organizational values. They're what we're all about and what we strive to work for in all of our programs and in every single one of our interactions. The next thing I want you to know is that we are an inclusive organization by design. We're open to veterans of all eras, of all ages, branches of service, combat experience, as well as active duty service members, their families, their friends, and just supportive members of the community that come out and take part in our mission. Every single person is important to what we do. All are welcome, and we look forward to seeing you all out there.
Back here, getting set to go back green. A small caution here. Bump draft going wrong. That's going to be typical plate style racing. It's something we're going to talk about pretty much all night long. We got the Alpha One Foundation charity race here tonight. Definitely check out Sim Matrix. They're giving away a button box here tonight too. That's an awesome prize there, man. If you're a good sim racer and you love, get out here, you love all that peripheral stuff. Definitely check out Sim Metrics, and they'll get you hooked up. I don't know about if it'll make you fast or not, Will, but it'll definitely make you look good.
Yeah, just to make you have a lot more buttons than what you used to have.
We have that immersive feeling. That's almost like, I got a VR. I've done it a couple times. It's fun to do. So, pace car, hard left turn off on pit road. Here we go. Guys up front here, we got Neagles, Elliott and company going to bring them to the line. And they get set to go back green here, Talladega style. Yes, you can go 3-4 wide. I wouldn't advise this early in the game. Green flag flies, we're back racing.
We're back racing, and a handful of drivers more than likely have just used one of their 2 fast repairs under this previous caution. So have to keep that in mind, have to consider that here. And I was talking to Joe under our commercial break there that I almost want to speculate that maybe that caution was brought to us mainly because that outside line was maybe trying to get formed, and you can gain and lose momentum so quickly on that outside line that there could have just been a checkup that someone wasn't anticipating, and that's how that all stirred. So right now it is real good side by side since this restart. But we do have almost 3 packs. That third pack back there, they are trying to be patient. Some of those just use their fast repair like I talked about and pitted under this caution. Others, not so much.
Yeah, everybody's kind of tucked up right now. You see it, you talk about the third, it's kind of 2 packs. They're a little bit off. The whole field separated, I believe, by 2 seconds. That just shows you how big of a pack we got. We've right now 33 machines out here looking good. You see the front ones up our side by side, Neagles, Range, Paul Witt, Elliott and company, so forth and so on. I've seen guys win this thing. Now, the Xfinity car, a lot different than what we see on the trucks and what we see with the Cup car. The Xfinity car's nose and rear end, when it comes to bump drafting, it takes a different technique. We'll go on board here if we can't get a good idea here. We'll go on board with old Christopher Carter and show you what I mean. Those bumpers are not square, so you've got to hit that thing square on. Any type of offset or whatnot, and you might send that guy sailing. Definitely in the turns and the tri-oval, going through that is real sketchy. You want to maybe right here as we go down the back stretch, that's when you want to kind of say, okay, square up on the back end, give him just a little bit of bump. You see that on the inside, boop, just like that right there. And then back off right before you get to the turn. You see these guys up here just jockeying around a little bit. So the Xfinity car, to me, a little bit more trickier to actually bump draft with. From what I've seen in the past.
Oh, yes. Like you alluded to, some of the noses are maybe a bit more pointed, like the Toyota nose isn't going to line up with the rear end. So you have to either hit them either dead center square or just a little bit right of say, that Toyota badge on the back bumper. But don't hit them too far to the left because you will, like you say, just kind of wipe them out. It'll almost be like taking your hand and putting it on the left quarter panel, rear end quarter panel of these cars as they're going through certain corners on certain tracks. And that's all it takes to just turn these cars around, as if, just kind of slapping it, for instance, in the middle of a corner, just kind of slapping the air onto that car would be all it would take and just turn one of these cars around. And another comparison to make, the air So the trucks punch a bigger hole in the air with their shape to what the Cup cars and even the Xfinity cars do. So their runs may be a little bit bigger, better, and so on. The previous iRacing update that I was told by the drivers, they kind of dumbed down the runs that the Xfinity cars get, so you have to kind of pick and choose and kind of be a bit more smarter, choose differently how you race now since this previous iRacing update, Joe. So with this Xfinity car, like you're talking about, you really have to move better and kind of move wisely with the draft. And your car, it's still going to be moved around with the draft, but not as much as if it was a truck.
Right. You know, and with a truck, I mean, I always say it's like a brick with wheels going around. It's got so much downforce. Even the Cup car, I mean, is almost as much downforce as a truck. Xfinity has kind of been its own thing. Now, I did notice here on this package, and you just brought that up, the Xfinity car still has less of a downforce package than the other two, the truck and the Cup car. So, like you said, you're going to have to, drive it a little more. But what I noticed, that wing on the back is a little bigger than what it used to be. So, like what you brought up, these guys are probably going to have to put it. That's why they're staying more side by side than what they usually do. A lot of times, they used to with the Xfinity car, you would get single file here and be able to do that in a draft and not have to worry about it a lot. You see it locked up like this with the Cup car or with the truck more so than you do anything. But with these Xfinity cars, yeah, you're going to have to drive them a little bit, muscle them around the track. Do they still feel good? Sure. You see Carter up there, man, moving around, trying to see if he wants the high side, wants the low side. The man got on the hood there. I think he's got the man that we've seen on the, I don't know, let's see if I got my good shot here of the car. Show him off. There you go. There's the young man. I hope he's out there watching, too. I think his family members is. Little bump draft right there. Be careful. Don't want to do too much of that going into the turns.
Yeah, like I talked about, the higher you're up in the tri-oval, it may be okay to do, but down on the lower side, it's a little bit riskier because the bumps and you're having to turn the wheel a little bit more down the lower you are in the tri-oval. So it's a bit more riskier per se. But like you say, yeah, you don't want to do it too early on here. You want to be aggressive, but yet, a little pro-aggressive at the same time.
Oh, yeah. See what's happening back here, kind of a little further on back towards the pack here. Again, this is one of these style races where you can get up front. You want to race out front most of the race. That's where you feel comfortable. Some guys back here in the back will just ride. You get Thomas Lane, Dale Rapid Company, Joshua Hillbog. He's back here too. And so probably some of these guys in the very far back, and then you talked about that second pack, unfortunately, when some of those guys got caught up in the wreck. They're doing what they need to do. Well, they were there for a minute, staying single file, and then they got all kind of wished up side by side. But if they stay single file, they should be able to run down the big pack up here. We'll have to wait and see. But again, varying strategies right now. Hope everybody's enjoying it. Let me hear who your favorite driver is out there. Who you kind of rooting for, who you kind of pulling for, and do you like this style racing? Some people like late racing. Some drivers, some folks are like, nah, it's just hang on style. To me, it is just hang on style racing. Even some real life drivers are like, nah, I don't like it. You'll see them side by side. You got Range, Neagles, Witt, Elliott, and company up front. Everybody just still kind of being patient. Got that outside, inside lane going as they shoot it off down the back stretch here. Neagles has got the car out front. He'll see if he wants to pick his way. He's not going to be able to because that inside lane is going to get closed off. Shout out to Cameron Combs. All right, Cameron Combs. Man sitting back here in 13th place spot. We can't get a good shot of his machine for you here. There you go. He's got the Alpha One Foundation machine out there. Good organization here tonight. See him right there in that. It says 7. That means he's got a custom number on his car. A lot of times, you know, don't update if it has a custom number. So the ticker's going to say 7, but he says his car says 15. Either way, good looking car.
And you see some drivers out there trying to form a third lane of traffic moving up here in this front pack, but not too many takers at the moment.
Yeah, a little early on that one, I would think.
No, yeah, still early goings. Pit stops should
water,
be.
maybe.
Oh no, my bad. I'm getting all hyped for pit stops. We still got a little bit left to
Well,
go.
you had some take pit stops during that last caution.
Yes, sir.
Which is at
And
lap 6 and so forth. There was quite a few that did not take pit stops. The one thing about pit stops here, tires are not going to be. You could actually go. Well, I don't know about this race, but normal races that I do, you could go the entire length. But as you see now, you start forming up here with Eagles. And that middle lane is going to get kind of swabbed back here. Probably at this point, that middle lane is probably just going to fall back. But yeah, this one you're definitely going to want to take tires, but you're going to take probably 2 tires under a green flag stop. 4 tires, you know, I don't know if you want to give up that kind of time or not. Under caution, you might now.
To be honest, there's only a handful of drivers that didn't pit under that early caution. There's
10 or 11.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's only about 11. I think you were right with the 10 or 11. It's somewhere in that ballpark of drivers that didn't pit. So they're really going to be banking on either a caution and them not be a part of it, or just them all have to maybe pit together. But a few of them have been up here riding up front the entire time. So how much gas do you think the leader has actually been able to be saving? That is the next question. Closing in on that fuel window, about 28, 27 at the earliest, 32 at the most, Joe. So, and with that caution, we can maybe expand that at least by 2 laps, right, Joe? So maybe 34 laps, maybe, Joe, is what we could see those at least 11 drivers go before they pit. Then the next people that pitted at lap when that caution came out around 5, 6, they should be able to go to at least, let's say, lap 40, 42.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Pit strategies, we'll see what happens here. You definitely want to come down in a pack. I mean, if you don't come down in a pack, you could be a sitting duck here on a plate track race. Looks like they are forming up single file, maybe in that low line to try to see get it together to do pit stop. See the outside lane trying to form up. You see 4 machines up high. Now it's 5 as a 70 machine there. He jumps up there with them. That was Gillenbeck. I said it right. Mike jumping up there to see if he can't pull that freight train of high side machines. I think you should be able to pull that high side with these Xfinity cars. They punch through the air a little bit better than what a truck and even the Cup car with so much downforce it has.
I agree with you as well, Joe. But like I said earlier, there's no telling. iRacing loves to change stuff and do stuff differently with their updates every time. So there's no telling how they could have made it worse or made it better. You know, we don't drive these cars. We just get to see how they go round. So driver input, you know, it's always good to hear from the drivers and get their thoughts. So, but yeah, the runs typically always, anytime I've ever called an Xfinity race, I've always thought Xfinity races from super speedways, especially Talladega races, are always great to call, great to watch, great spectacles. They normally put on a good show. And hey, great side-by-side racing here with this pack too. So that's what they're doing.
That high line coming to life right now, still tucked up, man, 2x2. nose to tail. You got Killbeck right up front. You got Moosey. He's going to come with them. Eagles there. Combs, Elliott, Gross, Job, and Costello.
That's exactly how you. Oh,
11,
sorry, Joe.
Top 10. Are you fine? That's the top 10. What's and then that top 10 is going to jumble around too with these guys being side by side.
Oh yeah. What the outside line did going through the tri-oval is exactly how you want to lead it to break away, kind of to get that air away from that bottom lane from the top lane. If you're the lead car, you want to lead your top lane wide, kind of pinch them off of turn 4, then go wide to the tri-oval. That's exactly what I would do if I was leading the top line. Get a good side draft, and then run away from them, so to speak, and kind of go to the wall, not really go to them on exit, but then going down the back straightaway, kind of not necessarily get too tight, but again, go down for somewhat of a side draft, get some air, and then separate, go kind of towards the wall. Keep trying to build momentum. Find different ways that you're going to keep trying to build momentum on that outside line.
Yeah, I'm always talking about it too. Is you don't have to pass that guy. You just got to get that nose in front of it. So many times we've seen in plate truss style races coming to the checkered flag, you might see them 3 wide, side by side. Let's see how this one plays out. Again, the biggest word used tonight is patience here. It's a long style race. Full style race here at Talladega, 188 laps. You see they're almost getting a little jockey up front as they go 3 wide. Then you got Eagles there and company still got a car off. And luckily that was not a wreck. Holy cow. Woo! Well, Will, I don't know how in the world they saved that machine. But that right there is about as close as you're going to get to
a wreck without having a wreck, yes.
That'll wake you up.
He was wrecked. He just wasn't wrecked.
That will definitely wake you up.
Man, that's
unfortunately, what that'll do, though, is that'll split the field up.
I don't know if that was a Code Brown moment or not, but
definitely
it could have been
nerve-wracking. Now you see them single file. I think everybody's getting set to maybe try to come in for the pit stops here.
I like that guy's first name, Klaus.
Klaus.
Yeah, he's driving the 16. Klaus Williams. It just sounds like something you would hear on like Hogan's Heroes, that old like comedy show from back in the early 70s, late 60s.
Okay.
Hogan's Heroes.
Where is that?
He is in the what position was he? 18th position. He's +9 from where he started. Nope, +10.
Oh, okay.
Like you say, they're always jumping around.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're going to move around a lot here.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, that moved the pack a little bit when those guys got jumbled up. Still single file. I think they're getting set for pit stops here. Everybody's kind of, wanting to get in position so they can jump on pit road easily.
First 16 cars are broken away. And then everybody else, yeah, I think it might be 17. About 17, 18 cars are broken away, and then down to, 20th, I think, on back, are trying to find everybody again.
Yeah, and you got 24th. Those 4 drivers right there just need to stay tucked up nose to tail right now. They're the ones that early on in that first incident kind of got shuffled back a little bit. They got their own pack. As long as they stay nose to tail, they should be okay. Maybe getting back up. But again, everybody single file, just riding right now here. As we're getting close to pit stops happening. Eagles out front with Elliott. You got Job, Ranger, Carter, Bromfield, Witt, Williams, Lane, Gilbeck. That's the top 10 right now. And then you see now that maybe a couple cars trying to sit together, form that outside up again.
Yeah, I think those would probably be some of the drivers that can go a little bit longer than the ones that aren't going to be able to.
Yes.
So they're just maybe trying to get control of the race and lead it for themselves, perhaps.
Yeah, I want to see if they can, and also test to make sure to see what kind of pull they can get on that outside. That's the 16 machine there. Well, you talked about it earlier. Old Klaus right there trying to pull that outside lane. He's got help.
He's one of the biggest movers, up 22 positions.
What's up, Al? How you doing out there? Appreciate everybody tuning in. Hit the likes and shares definitely tonight. Alpha One Foundation charity race here, Talladega. No, your eyes don't deceive you. It is a full style race. We're about a quarter out, maybe right at about a quarter way into it so far. Only had one caution, unfortunately, early on. If you see right out there the pinned link, it's a link to the donations. You can donate to the Alpha One straight to the foundation here tonight. Good cause, good race that we're having. Appreciate everybody tuning in. So far, been a good one. We're waiting for some green flag pit stops happening probably soon.
In about anywhere from now to 5 laps from now, we should see the first strand of drivers that didn't make the first of their maybe pit stops when they could have had a shot at doing so under the first caution around lap 5. We had pretty much everybody but 11 drivers come down, and either they put on tires or repaired their damage or filled their cars up with that digital Sunoco racing fuel. So we should see at least 11 drivers here pit shortly out of the field. Full field as well here tonight for this race.
Yeah, 33 machines out here. You see the race happening up front. That high line has been able to find them, and I think you're going to be able to push that high line a little bit better than what you might see on any of the others with the trucks and the cup cars. As you see old Williams up there trying to see if he can't push, and whoa, got a good bump draft going down. We talked about that earlier. You need to square that thing up. If not, that's what's going to happen. If that would have been in the turn, I guarantee you, I'm going to say about 90% of the time that would end up in a wreck. Not taking anything away from the guys driving now, but still, once that thing gets that sideways, it's a handful to hang on to.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. Once it gets that sideways, you're pretty much dirt tracking it at that point. And you're going already maybe $190, maybe 200 at these speeds that we've already seen these guys carry so far today. So, like I said, if you're already just running 95% throttle, you're running a good hefty speed. So.
Absolutely, and everybody's just maintaining patience right now. Williams trying to get on that inside. Maybe trying to, if we can't get set. Pit stops, here we go. Bunch of them coming on board. Looks like it's that top 10 that came in.
For the most part, this is some of the top 10 or that top 11. Some of it's not. Some of it is actually some of the drivers that pitted under. A couple of them, like a few of them, not too many, but you know what I'm saying, Joe?
Oh, absolutely, Will. Well,
So
second pack coming on pit road.
Indeed.
Going to leave all the ones out there that pitted earlier.
Yeah, a few of them have chosen to pit with the group that didn't pit under the cautions. So the field is going to get evened out and kind of spread out here a little bit here. It's going to take a few laps for this cycle to be truly cycled out. Hopefully no one gets a penalty or makes too many drastic mistakes, overshoots their box, has to back up. Here, you're going to lose so much time having to do that, or drive down pit road for a penalty, say getting a speeding penalty on exit.
Yeah, Thomas Lane going to take over the lead right now with Joey Galetta. Hope I said it right out there. Those two guys need to maybe try to get hooked up a little bit. Now, here's where you get into the danger zone a little bit, where you got two machines out front. And Anthony Lane and company, he's got about 3 or 4 machines there with him. They eventually will run down Thomas and them, but those top 6 machines all pitted at lap 6. Actually, the top 10, 11, all pitted at lap 6 and 7 right now. Been a good one so far, except for the one caution early on. Everybody's been patient. Thomas out front in this one. Letta right there with him. Lane. So I said earlier, what's going to split the field up? Green flag pit stops. You got to go back here to about 12th place spot. That's where you got the ones that pitted at lap 34. And you see kind of clusters. You see 5, 6 machines there. Then another pack right behind them. They'll get up there because they're not far off. It won't take long before all those guys get bunched back up. They're close enough to catch the draft on each other.
Oh, exactly. And the more cars you get to pit with you, the bigger your line will be, hopefully, once you come out of the pits like you're talking about. And you can chase down others and almost be like a Pac-Man, so to speak, like waka, waka, waka. You start to add more to your line of cars. I guess it starts to be like, kind of like the snake game or something at that point, right? Like you just add on and add on and add on. So until you get back to just being a big group of cars again. Oh, trouble.
Ooh, that's Zach Range. Slams hard in the wall. Won't be a caution because he's far enough off the track, and he got right there at pit road, unfortunately. Let's go back and watch what
Did
happened
his engine
here.
I saw a puff of smoke or something. Did his engine blow coming out of turn number?
Here on the replay, see what happened. Was another bump draft going wrong, maybe in the turn? Or it just got out from under him just a little bit right now.
His engine blew. His engine had to have blown. I just, like, you see a puff of smoke, and then all of a sudden, he goes around
one more time. Well, we haven't talked about it. These cars will overheat. That's another thing. And if you're not out there, being mindful of that, he gets up there a little close to him. Let's watch one more time. Oh, it actually looked like he was slowing up, and then the car behind him just bumped him. The reason I think the engine blew is because he did take a hard lick to the front of the wall there.
Well, right before he gets hit, like I could have sworn, like on
I don't know
like
why he might have checked up. This is a perfect show right here. I don't know why he might have checked up. Maybe he was coming on pit road. You can see it right here. Maybe it was just kind of letting off, so he got too much of a push on the draft. But you just see right there, boom, and then bam, right to the wall. Hard. Ouch. Unfortunate, though. I mean, with him being off, and James is off the, trying to get on pit road, James again. See what happened to him? Coming on pit road, so some guys having trouble. Pit road and whatnot. Well, he came on pit road and then just locked it up and then had a little help. And had even more help. Those guys were back there playing bumper cars, getting on pit road.
Somebody comes down. We couldn't see them for the tractor trailers in the infield blocking the view, but somebody comes down and whacks them like they're playing whack-a-mole.
Here's the guys coming on pit road that pitted around 6 and 7. You know, and I talk about a lot mental mistakes. You can see right now this pack is caught up with each other, and they're back side by side in a big gang right now. I talk a lot about, you know, mental mistakes. Mental mistakes happening. Pit road is the number one area on oval racing that happens. You know, getting in and off pit road, getting in and out of your pit box is the number one area. And, you know, you talked about puff of smoke. You see some of these cars where they're tucked up behind each other. You might want to, you know, you'll see them kind of jump to the outside or inside of another car behind. They can overheat over time, just like real cars.
Yeah, like you just alluded to, you will see them kind of peek their nose out. They're not really looking to take, like jump on the car
I haven't
in
seen
front
much
of
of
them.
that tonight here, Will. You know, you will see the trucks do that a lot, but
Yeah,
I've seen these
I
guys
think
pretty much stay in
tucked
line for the most part.
well, I think, like we just talked about, I think some of these drivers are maybe putting that in the back of their mind and maybe forgetting about it until we just kind of. I seriously think that's what might have just happened. Is he just kind of forgot about it and let the car overheat because he was giving it all she had, you know. But you got to be mindful, like you say. You got to let the car cool down. You can only push for so long, and until something will overheat, whether it be, you know, the radiator or the engine, something will just give out finally and say, hey, I'm done. That is one thing that iRacing has incorporated. The engine can overheat, and you know, I've always talked about how cool it would be. Some people believe you can blow your tires. I mean, it can happen.
I've heard of that, but I have never seen it. It would. I think we talked about it the other night. You know, the animation on pit road. It would be kind of cool to see. You know, with the damaged Model C tires just blow out. You know, and so forth and so on. But I've heard of that, but I have never seen it happen. You know, I've seen cars, you know, drastically take a left or right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, up front. That's not what you want to do. You don't want to get that far inside. Maybe a little bump drive going wrong there could send them. Six machine up our Eagles wants to get kind of square. They steady just a little bit. I know if you're a guy behind somebody wiggling around like that, you kind of get nervous, want to try to get to their back bumper.
Top 14 breakaway. This is, I'm pretty sure, the top 14.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Yeah, because you got to go back to Casey Gross. And this company back here has got about 4 machines there in line. And that's just kind of what the green flag pit stops does on a plate race. It's going to split the field up.
It's going to severely. Green flag pit stops. The great equalizer.
Yes. Appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Alpha One Foundation here at Talladega. Been a good solid race so far. Had a few machines already have a little bit of trouble. As you see these guys racing it hard up front. We've had some green flag pit stops. We've had some pit stops under caution here tonight. We'll step away. Talladega, don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Blaine Smith, the Executive Director of Team Red, White, and Blue, and I wanted to take a minute just to welcome you on board and let you know that we're proud to have you as a new member of our team. This short video is a way for us to give you an idea of what you can expect from your experience at Team Red, White, and Blue, and also what we expect from you in return. Something that's really, really important to the fabric of our organization is our Eagle ethos. It's just 6 words, but they mean a lot to us, and they guide us in all we do. Those 6 words: passion, positivity, people, commitment, camaraderie, and community are more than just organizational values. They're what we're all about, and what we strive to work for in all of our programs and in every single one of our interactions. The next thing I want you to know is that we are an inclusive organization by design. We're open to veterans of all eras, of all ages, branches of service, combat experience, as well as active duty service members, their families, their friends, and just supportive members of the community that come out and take part in our mission. Every single person is important to what we do. All are welcome, and we look forward to seeing you all out there.
And then if you want to, just a little bit about how the foundation helped you.
You know, I was in a pretty serious deal, as most people know about. It's a pretty tough deal, very traumatic for my family. A lot of stuff that we went through that people would never understand. Without the assistance from the Steve King Foundation and several other donors as well, we could have come out of that thing in financial ruin. But it just takes a lot out of your family just to go through rehabilitation, all the medical bills. There's so many hidden expenses and stuff that you would never know about until you actually get involved in something like that. And even if you help somebody out with 500 or 1,000 or 100, whatever it is, it means a ton to the person, just to be able to live and to get through these things. It takes an ungodly amount of money, time, effort, patience, with the families, the doctors, to be able to get through a traumatic experience. And, with the Steve King Foundation, that makes everything a lot better.
There's an immeasurable bond that forms when you join the service. You'll do anything to protect and defend those at your side, and pushing the limits of your well-being is all just part of the job. But when this shared experience ends, it's easy to carry that mission-first mindset with you and neglect your own health and mental fitness. Team Red, White, and Blue understands these challenges and knows that together we can show veterans that their best days are ahead by providing opportunities to build healthier lifestyles right where they live and work. Through races, service projects, workouts, and a cutting-edge mobile app, our members develop a sense of camaraderie and mutual support. With a growing force of over 200,000 strong, we invite all veterans, families, and non-military supporters to start putting their well-being first. Team Red, White, and Blue is forging America's leading health and wellness community. Will you join the team?
Here, go back and see what happens if we can kind of figure out what transpired on this one. It looks like racing right here. Oh yeah, bump draft again in the back. Got a run going. Oh yeah, he just hit him hard. Almost held on to it. Got off down in there. Guys up front had to couldn't have run the caution out. It triggered it as soon as he hit the wall. Usually if they go all down into the track right there, wouldn't trigger. But yeah, looks like the guy behind him had to run. Next thing you know, pow, right in the back. Typical bump drafting. I mean, it happens. Plate racing. Enjoying the race out there. Let us hear it. Alpha One Foundation here tonight. Them metrics on board here too. One of the sponsors. Been a good one so far.
Yeah, this is only our second caution of the evening.
Everybody went on pit road. That puts everybody back on pit cycle on the same one here.
We are now just
remember,
over.
they only have about 4 sets of tires, 4 to 5 sets of tires. But I don't think tires are going to be an issue here because, again, I go back to you don't take 4 tires every time you come into the pits at a track like this. You might take 2. Sometimes you don't even take none. So a lot of times, tires are not going to be the main issue with it.
4 sets of tires, 4 changes of tires, plus 1 what you qualify / start the race on. So you are correct, but you're also correct in saying you're not going to need to use all of those sets of tires.
No.
I mean, in a way, here at Talladega, Daytona, even New Atlanta, that's too many sets of tires. I don't really need all those unless I go for too many slides or get caught up in some wrecks or carnage or whatever. But I'm trying not to do all that, right? So, yeah, it's a very careful, sticky situation racing, super speedway wise, pack racing, because anything can happen. A lot of drivers feel like you don't really get to make your own luck. I've always felt like you had to make your own luck. I felt the opposite way. Like, yeah, you get caught up in other people's problems sometimes, but hey, that's just part of it, but you still got to race it. You still got to take chances and go at it. You can't just riding around all the time. Yeah, you can have patience. That is the main thing to go about it. Look at it that way. But sometimes you do need to be aggressive. You got to learn what the car is going to do. You do sometimes have to make that second, sometimes third lane. Just like I said, see what the car is going to do, how it's going to react in trying to lead or be in that pack or in that line going forward.
Absolutely. Well, right now we got them side by side, getting set to go back. Green flag here tonight. Talladega style here, Alpha One Foundation. For the most part, it's been a pretty solid race. Under caution only for the second time here tonight. Back everybody on the same pit strategy. Here we go.
So on the front row, you have the pole sitter that has pretty much led most of the race, Cody. And Peter, he's also Repeat. That's another fellow broadcaster. So how you doing out there, Repeat?
Absolutely.
Barney the flagman waving that green flag. We are back under green. Getting up through the gears.
Solid race so far, like you said. Out front. Bozak right there with Witt and company.
Just a quarter of the way done, too. So lap 47 would mark the 25% mark, if I'm not mistaken, for a 188 lap race. At least that's what it used to be in the old EA Sports games, EA Sports. But, so already got that. That's pretty much down. It's tested. We're now looking forward to at least getting to lap 94. That would be halfway completed here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So now we have everybody back up with us. Everybody's caught back up. And nobody is out of this race, I don't think. No. We
got a couple of lap down, but
yes, sir.
Everybody's still in it right now. Side-by-side pack, though. That's again, some guys want to be up front, some guys want to be in the back. You see them 2 by 2 from the front side.
Mm-hmm.
Eagles, Rosick, Barnes, Witt, company right along with them, Chapman.
Track temperature has cooled down a little bit. It was, I believe, like 110, almost 115 earlier. Now it's cooled down to 102, so it's going to help the overall speed a little bit, and also a little bit of the handling as well. We're still going to see the cars be a little bit, jockey a bit, but
Show the weather there on the side for y'all folks. Just see. It's still side by side, dual racing up front. You got Barnes, Eagles, Chapman, Rosick right there along with it, Elliott and Witt. That high side going 2 by 2. See what we talked about earlier, jumping out there, maybe to get a little bit of fresh air on the nose inside of that car. That's why you see them kind of move around just a little. You don't want to stay tucked up too much behind somebody. Blow that motor sky high.
Yeah, like you talked about, you want to try to, get some air, whether it be poking out to the left or to the right, at least show a headlight, so to speak. Oh, a bit of rock and sock maybe going on for the point, but everybody trying to give and take here, be mild-mannered, so to speak. Like I said, we aren't even at the halfway mark.
Yeah, we're going to get there. Oh, car up on the high side. He went way up to the top. Maybe trying to look to see if he can just get out of there. Going to drop back. That's Rosick. Yeah, he's just wanting to drop back to the back. He saw what he could do up front. And you know what? I know my car looked good up there for later on. I'll drop back here to the back. Ride just a little bit.
Like I talked about right before we went green, maybe see what your car can do, then get back, ride around, be patient a little bit more, but you always want to see what your car can do, like you just talked about.
Everybody just holding strong. Kind of looking through this field here a little bit, giving you an idea of what's happening. Everybody's still tucked up all the way back to 30th position. Everyone's all, the whole pack still together. You can see it right there, good shot to show you. So side by side, it's 2 by 2 all the way back to the field.
Yes, only just over second and 3/4 just about separates the entire field. And here at Talladega, that ain't a lot, so.
Oh, yeah. Again, I hope everybody's enjoying so far the race. See these guys up front, bump draft there a little bit. We've seen that kind of go a little sideways here tonight. Yellow flag. Uh-oh. Joshua. Go back and see what happened to him. Back there by himself. $33. Oh, there's that bump draft I was talking about. Then he just went up and got into the side, and then fortunately just spun it. Oh.
So Danny,
I talked about it earlier there, Will.
Yes,
the bump
sir.
draft definitely in the wrong places. That's you up.
And you talk about it, you allude to it, and it always comes to fruition, it seems like, or fruition. Yes, that word. There we go. And I was trying to put an L in there, I guess. And it always, we've seen it happen so much that we can almost predict what's going to happen. And we talked about it before the start of the race. Be careful, be mindful of where you're going to bump people or try to help people get further up the running order, so to speak. And you talked about it, about pushing somebody. You want to push them square and even. You don't want to get too far to the right, but you want to at least square it up or get a little bit to the right, but not too far. And definitely don't get too far to the left. Like, bam, you got to hook them. Like we talk about it. We can talk about it till we turn blue in the face, but it's still going to happen. Because of the rate that they're going, the speeds they're carrying, and the pack-like racing that you have to do here. But it puts on a heck of a great show and a heck of a great race. But sometimes that's just the net result, whether it be because of net code or just hard-nosed racing. It happens. sometimes it's just a mistake, whether somebody may have just, that term ego or cockiness got in the way. They just wanted to put that car in a window gap when the door wasn't completely open.
Yeah. We'll have to see what it's about right now. I'm with you. Patience is got to be the thing. We've talked about that. It's still early. You got a long way to go. You want to be there at the end. But sometimes on plate racing, it's tough to be patient, especially when you got a good run.
Yeah, some people, they really like to just take every run that is dealt to them, that they build up for, and they're like, yes, I'm taking it now. And you just try to tell them and just try to, hey, look how many laps you got to log, and just wait till about 178 or 180 to start making all these moves to where you can slice and dice. It's all fine and dandy to do that in the beginning after you make, X amount of pit stops, and then, but it's all about placing yourself, being there at the end, like we talked about. We can't emphasize that enough. But it's about having the patience to try to do that, to be there at the end.
Yeah. A lot of guys on iRacing are not really used to. I know they have what they call the NIS series, which does full style racing, and there's a lot of gentlemen who participate in that. But for the most part, a lot of leagues, 90 laps, 75 laps is what they do here on a plate style track. So they would be right there coming to the end of it. It's a different mentality and a different pace you have to do when you're doing such a long race like we are tonight.
It is. You have to, you almost have to think of it like, yes, I'm going into a super speedway type of league race, but I got to ride a lot longer. I got to be a bit more patient than what I normally am. Instead of, like you say, lap 80, lap 90, lap 75. Oh, okay. Well, I've just got to keep riding till double that, till I get to lap 175, 180, and then I can start, like we just said, then I can start making my moves that I need to maybe win this race. So, still have a lot more time to go.
Yes, we do. Everybody out there's enjoying it. Lights off on the pace car. Here we go. Barnes, Elliott, and company up front. Getting set to go back green flag, Talladega style. Let's just say it's been a good patient style, good solid style race here tonight.
Yeah, 3 cautions so far. Not completely rock 'em, sock 'em completely at the moment. I know I said that earlier, but just from the ride-on board that we had, it looked like it was getting down and dirty there for a moment. It was getting awful hairy. But pace car, like you said, peeling off now.
Go back green.
Got to wait all this time. It's not like Daytona having that start-finish right in the center of the tri-oval. We got to wait till we leave the tri-oval. Thank you, Bill France.
Yeah, there are 2 different ones. Talladega's past the tri-oval. Daytona's kind of in the middle right before it. Here we go. Pace cars in. Green flag. We're back racing Talladega style here with Barnes Elliott up front.
Inside lane gets away good, but 4 drivers down there staying committed. Everybody else parachutes to the top instead of dropping down to the bottom like we would normally see. So everybody really having faith in this outside lane, trying to get that going. Now we have some more people dropping to the bottom of that lower lane after that top side failed to get going.
And you'll see that. That's just draft pack style racing. They'll get split up, then they'll get back up on the bumper of each other. Meanwhile, up front, you got Job, Carter, Barnes at high side. Then you're going to see if they're going to try to form. This is where I say you got to be patient. the 6 machine right there had a run. It's really earlier to be doing a run like this because he's not going to clear that machine, I don't think, on the inside. They might be able to. The 6 might be able to. I don't know about the other 2 machines. But this is where you get yourself into trouble a little bit. And that's definitely where you get yourself into trouble, as you see the leader up front making all kind of wild moves. Yep. Then I called it. That. And then there goes a car flying. Yellow flag. Yeah, that was a product of just impatientness. I'm gonna go right out and say it. The 6 machine shouldn't have done what he did, but let's go back and watch it one more time because everybody loves to see some wrecks out there. You're gonna see, and what I'm talking about here is he had a run. Sometimes it's better if you have a run just to stay behind that car. It would have been better for him to stay behind the 3 machine. But the leader right there kind of just boom, and then bump draft again up front. That's kind of what caused that. And unfortunately, I'd better go check on him, make sure he's okay.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't have one of these new motion sim rigs. If so, he would have got thrown everywhere. But
wow.
Yeah, that's
watch it one more time. I mean, like I say, the 6 machine right there, probably with the run he had, I knew he wasn't going to clear that pack. The leader trying to help the inside and then just bumping up front. You see it right there, didn't square up. He got a little wiggly on the inside, and then from there, chaos. Car flipping, car wrecking, car hitting. Wow. We talk about it. If you get a run. Now, the last lap, I get it. Hey, look, that you got to go for it. But as early as this race is, sometimes you got to, lack of a better word, and I know it's probably not the most professional word to use the noggin a little bit. If you get that massive of a run, make sure that you can make the pass. I knew that pass wasn't going to be able to be made. It was going to stall, and they were going to be side by side 3 wide. And unfortunately, sometimes you can make it through there. There wouldn't be a wreck. Sometimes you make it through there, and we saw what we saw. But it's better to just say, okay, look, I got to run, drag that brake a little bit, stay behind the car. Because, again, we go back. You still got a long way to go to the end of this one.
I mean, a whole long way to go. Yes, I have to agree. And like you say, a whole lot of things happen there to create that, but I just have to agree with you wholeheartedly. Patience, patience, patience. We can't preach it enough. And that's what we shoulda, coulda, woulda saw, but like you said, we didn't.
Yeah, and a lot of times as a driver, and the mentality is you get a run like that and you feel like, I've got such a fast run, I can make that pass. But in draft racing, even when you duck out, sometimes you think you can make that pass and the car just stalls. That's just draft pack style racing. Again, on the last laps, hey, go for it, make it. Now, if you're some of the other drivers, do you remember that at the end of the race? Again, we haven't talked too much about teams because this is more of a team style race. You need help there at the end.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, you would need, like you talked about, hey, are you going to remember that later on? As far as like, hey, that guy kind of did a mistake, did a boo-boo, kind of broke driver code, perhaps, and yeah, are we going to put that in the memory bank for later and say, I don't want to work with him on the closing laps? Like, what's going to happen? I agree with you.
Yeah. The friends definitely need to be one of the things out here for plate style racing. A couple pit stops here. I mean, the one good thing about with the cautions where they're flying is that it's helping out, pit strategy a little bit. Or it could be throwing off some of these guys. All right, lights off on the pace car. We're going back green. Enjoyed the race so far. Hope everybody else has out there. Thinking, Will. Still there?
Well, I'm thinking that, yeah, the way the cautions are falling, it could be coming into play for some people.
Hey, got a little contact in the back. Got that. And going back green, and then, well, we went back green. Quite sure what they're doing back here. Get out right fast, though. See a car right here go off the track. Yeah. Check up a little bit.
Yeah, just looking like maybe
slow
that
for some reason. One car just stops on the track.
somebody maybe having some wheel sinkage problems or something going awry, and then some
66.
people having an emergency pit stop, having to repair their cars, one would assume, and the admin's bringing the caution back out for them to maybe repair cars. Who knows? But yeah, that definitely a good reason not to go back green on that restart after having the outside lane.
What happened here? It started here with the 66.
Yeah.
Actually checked up in the front. 66 got in the back. And the 66, I don't really like what he did right there. I will call you out for stopping on the track. He basically just stopped on the track. I'm sorry you got into a wreck, but you should have went on around. Kept going there. Situational awareness. Another one.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
A little just check up on the front side there a little bit.
There's a 66 on the car, but there's not a 66 on the grid, on the page, on the SDK page.
Yeah, they use custom numbers. All right, pace car's in. We're going back green. Eagles, Elliott, and company up front. Remember, guys, long race. Patience, patience. Hopefully, Corey Race Control's out there telling them that. I mean, clean up just a little bit. Give patience. I mean, even if you get a run coming up on a guy like right here, it's going to be a perfect example. You see the gray machine right there, the 16. Williams. He's going to get a run, but just because he gets that run, don't jump onto the outside. And he does the right thing. Just tuck it up at the back end there a little bit. Drag the brake just a little bit. Push that machine in front of you there, the 88. So now the last lap, say, sure, man, if I got a run coming on, stick to the outside, go for it.
Yeah, great back, side by side, back again. So, sorry, Joe, I had a reboot. So,
That's all right. Right now, looking good. And Eagles, man, and Justin up front. Got the outside lane, the inside lane, 2x2. Stretching this thing out so far. We're getting close to that halfway point.
Klaus again, he's back up again, 23 spots. I wish there was a way to tell how many cars he's passed in total this race because he's been moving back and forth. He's had one heck of an etch-a-sketch
Whoa.
race.
The yellow flag is out.
We got a car
Oh.
just went flying.
Another big one back there, a little bit further back this time. And this is going to take out, I think, a couple of contenders because they have already, a few of these drivers have already used, I'm going to say, a couple of their fast repairs.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Hard lick.
Big. Mm-hmm.
I can watch it one more time. Let me guess. Bump draft gone wrong. Let's see. Spread out right now. Oh, that blinking. Blinking and a net code. Wow. Well, that one you just can't. There's nothing you can do about that.
No, there's nothing you can do about
That's
Uncle
just,
Netcode.
wow.
Man.
Flying everywhere. Yeah, there's not a lot you can do for that right there.
That really sucks. That's so unfortunate because we're running good finally. We got back up to speed, and then just pow! It just happens. Nothing. Nobody can do.
Right there, you saw it. I mean, and we're on a virtual world, and then just like you said, junked a lot of good cars. Interesting to see which ones, because at some point, like what you said, no more fast fixes, and they're pretty much going to be done for the night. Hey, that's old Sean Corbett right there, unfortunately, with his machine all tore up pit road. Yeah, that's the virtual world part of it right there. Not a lot you can do in that instance. I mean, none.
So with the different pit strategies and pit cycles here, this is going to cycle up the field and change things as far as who's going to be leading the field back to green from this restart.
Yeah, it is.
People we haven't seen up front so far tonight.
You got Justin Campbell right there along with it, Chapman, Range, Carter, Barnes, Moose, Holmes and company, Ronfield, Dello, top 10 right now.
Well, Joe, out of the names of this field that you could be reading off, like as far as like Rincon or Hells or Williams, Carter, Combs, like who could you pick if you had to pick someone? Who would you pick to win this race this evening? If I had to pick someone, I might have to go with Paul Witt.
It's a lottery race.
Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, there's so many so many names to throw out and just be like, just put them in a hat and just pick one, I guess, at the end of the day. Like, that's pretty much what we might have to just see, because you never know what it could boil down to. It's starting to, I think the field is starting to thread itself out. I know we just had one of those wacky doodle cautions thanks to Uncle Netcode. It reared its ugly head, but I still think anything's possible. We have extra sets of tires just laying there, not like it's going to do too bit of any good. It's going to make the car maybe handle a little bit better, but whoopee-doo.
Yeah, and on this track, again, we go back with tires. Not really the most important thing here. Because the tire wear really doesn't just wind down too much. It's the patient factor, the bump drafting that you got to really worry about. I mean, that last caution there was just something that it's out of your control. Nothing you can do along that point. Some of the other ones before, you control those, again, with the bump draft and so forth and so on. Pace car's off. We're going back green here. Green flag. Justin out front with them there with Campbell, Chapman, Barnes, Range, and Combs. Highline's going to see if they can't get something going, as the low side right now is doing what it needs to do, trucking along. With that 2x2 pack happening.
I believe all depends on how organized that outside line can be compared to that inside line, but like you say, everybody seems to be trucking along now, nice and easy. We're going to build our speed back up.
Absolutely. Moose right now, he's looking strong, sitting there in 7th place. Bello. Orange and company. Probably keeping their distance right now. I said patient style drafting. We've got a little bit to go here. Definitely want to be there at the end. A third pack up there, kind of looking to see what it's going to do. I think it's way early to try to get that third lane going.
Some of the biggest movers all night have finally made their way inside the top 11. So, like I said, some of the biggest movers. This is the type of style of racing where you will definitely have, as that term says, comers and goers.
Oh yeah.
Like he's a little bit slicing and dicing on that third line. That is Williams in the 16 trying to lead that outside lane until someone might try to change their mind and try to become the leader of that outside line. But 3 wide for a few rows deep. After
looks
some
exciting
side-by-side
from our standpoint. It definitely is some nerve-wracking here as you see the outside lanes trying to come on. You see the 043 machine there jump up. If we can't get a little bit of draft going on, it's going to leave the middle lane there. A couple guys says, you know what? Here for that top side jet. A lot of moving around going on up front as they're 3 wide. Here's where you got to be that patient. Bump drafting that trial. We saw it right there. That's usually where you get into trouble a lot. They're coming up on that lap car, and the lap car at this point, he's like, look, guys, there's nothing I can do. Y'all stay 3 wide. I can't go anywhere. I'll go down on the apron here, but that's about it.
So he gets out the way, and they continue to race and try to navigate by. Justin was trying to.
Oh, no. 99. That's on him right there. That was a bad move. It just took out a lot of machines. Wow. Oh, what we just talked about it. Patience. I saw that one happen in real time. Wow. See the 99. Yeah, he got a run. But that run, he should have just stayed right beside the 71. I'm not quite sure why. Yeah, I saw that one kind of just happening. And from there, boom. Ouch.
Yes, I'd have to agree with you on that. I left me kind of speechless, to say the least, Joe. So you still have so much time. We've talked about it, and we've talked about it. You have so much time left to give in this race. Just because you got 2 fast repairs doesn't mean you have to use them necessarily, right? So,
and that's we haven't talked about that. You're right. I mean, sometimes, and I've done leagues to where, go back and watch one more time. I've done leagues to where they don't have fast fixes, and I'm very adamant about that. Is we're gonna ride on the hood here with Christopher, and you can see, I mean, right there, he should have probably just drug the brake. I'm gonna say 95%, 96% of the time, you're not gonna make that move. You rode right on top of him. I know he was maybe hoping the other car would just go up high, but way early just to be doing something like that.
And the excuse you're probably going to hear some people say, oh, well, you got a fast repair. But like we just agreed upon, well, you don't necessarily want to use it, right? Just because you're given those two fast repairs.
And yes. Unfortunately, we are in a virtual world where in real racing, there is no fast fix. And again, I've done a lot of races where it is, one and done. Mm-hmm. I like that because sometimes it makes you think about it a little bit. But yeah, here you have that option of sometimes you have that reset. I can pull, 2 more cars. Unfortunately, some guys lean on that a lot and just don't. I don't know.
Like you say, you shouldn't always have to lean on it. You shouldn't. Oh, yeah, just because it's there, that means we can race. As that expression goes. Forgive me for saying it, but balls to the walls.
Last lap that would have been great. I mean, hey, you got to go for it. I mean, last lap that's understandable, but a lap 70 here, 70 some. Mm-hmm. You got to get the give and take. Let's say it that way, give and take. And I know drivers are probably thinking, well, what do they know up there in the booth? Well, we can see it. I've drove. I mean, I've drove before on these things. Yeah.
I have 10 years of online racing experience and in multiple different leagues. People can testify for me. You have your experience. We all have our different experiences, and we can rightfully say, oh, well, there's different things you can do in these situations that we both know, that we can bounce off each other and say, oh, he could have done that, you could have done this, things could have done differently. And when we say it, we mean it. And so we could pretty much be a race control for different leagues if we had the options to be, right? Because people trust our judgment that much.
No. I don't know if I want that job. I was an admin once.
I'm not saying I want it. I'm just saying I feel like I could be that if need be, right? But I don't. I'm just like you. I don't want that job either.
No, I was an admin once, and a car up there blinking real bad. Check his connection a little bit, but yeah, I was an admin once, and I'm gonna tell you what, I feel for some of those guys.
Yes.
I always say up here in the booth, we bring, anything we say obviously is not the end all be all of what's happening. We could say a guy did it this way. It's obviously race control admin's final discretion. We see it the one way we see it up here, and that's why sometimes I do like having drivers up in the booth to kind of see what we see and so forth and so on. But I can't iterate enough, though. Patience there, Will.
Yes. That expression I like to say, you could always use the term, well, I wear many hats. right? Like I like to call races from a fan point of view, a driver point of view. What it was like to, kind of feel chasing after championship, so to speak, or chasing after a win, or this, that, the other. I like to put different hats on and wear them all at the same time and call these races, right? So it's difficult to call certain things. Like I said earlier, you just kind of get blown away by certain things you see, so you don't know what to say. You just turn into Kyle Petty and just start saying that's incredible, right? So
yeah, awesome. Out on
right?
the track.
Yeah.
Lights off on a pace car. We're going back green here tonight. Know what y'all think out there in the chat, man. I think it's been an exciting race so far, your typical plate style. As pace cars going to jump off here on the pit road, Chapman and company up front. They're going to lead them here to the line as a side-by-side. You got Range, Hales, along with Williams. Here we go, back green, Talladega style.
Closing on the length of an ARCA race. Just throwing that out there.
Green.
As we hear the spotter say green again, so green flag waving. Gotta always remember that start-finish line at the end of the trioval.
Everybody's right now tucked up side by side, 2 by 2, all the way through the field. Unfortunately, got a few machines, like you said, on pit road about out of this one. And a lot of them that are lapped down. Many laps down. Had to do a lot of repairs in the backside back here. Still big pack racing. Range up front. They're going to drop it down low there with Hale. And you got Chapman and company with Williams. And a few machines going to go way up high on the top side. Probably going to see if they can't just drop back to the back. They said, look, I feel like I'm safer back here.
Well, we've pretty much seen the crashes happen all throughout the field. So where do you feel safe, Joe?
Pit road.
So were you one of those types of drivers that if you felt like you were riding in the back, if a wreck happened, you could get woed down, maybe swerve and avoid it?
Well, let me just see what's happening right. Let me just break down what's happening right now. You saw the cars right there. They were all really spread out. The problem with that is you're going to get such a huge run draft-wise, and that brings up about what we were talking about before. You get that run going up on someone, and your first instinct as a driver is jump out to the outside or inside and try to pass that guy. Not always the best way to do it. Get behind the guy that you're getting a run on and see if you can't push him, and then you two look up. Luckily, right there, you saw everybody was spread out, but everybody got back in line together. It only takes one little checkup. You see Williams up front. Was they going to try to thread the needle to go down low? Him and Eagles right there along with it is Chapman. So Williams is one of the cars I'm looking at. He seems to be one that wants to be out front. He's went to the back. He's come to the front. But he looks like one of the ones who wants to stay out front. You've got guys, though, who just want to stay in the back. What car comes to mind? Maybe Thomas Lane right there, who is kind of rode in the back most of this race. So he's one that feels comfortable back there in the back. Right now he's in the 11th place spot, but for the most part he's been in the back. So that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. Who wants to be up front, and you need to make sure you're clear before you do that. Wow. I don't know what Chapman was thinking. I think he said maybe Spotter thought he was clear, but boy, he almost cut a clip. Oh.
Yeah, he tried to dive down there. He tried to parachute down to the bottom lane as soon as he possibly could, but he definitely was not clear at all. He was like a full bumper away from being fully clear, so that makes this front pack having to jumble around, check up. Thankfully, as you talked about awareness, these drivers had the wherewithal to check up and scatter, and it was not another big one that we could have seen.
Witt right now was able to capitalize, get out front there with Job. Eagles Campbell and Company. So you got them high, you got them low right now. And yeah, they need to get these cars, man, straightened up a little bit. To me, an awful lot of aggressive style racing. Still early here. Maybe they're thinking that it's a stage caution coming up here or something.
Maybe so, but to our knowledge, nothing of the sort. It's through this, you know.
Maybe they think there's some halfway bonus points of money going on around this time. But it's exciting to watch up here with Eagles and Company.
Great side-by-side action. 83 laps complete, working lap 84.
We are. Been a good solid one here tonight for the Alpha One Foundation here. Only check them out at alpha1.org. Get all the information you can. It's out front right now. It's all Neagles and Witt jumping around a little bit. Cars trying to get some air. You got them side by side. Nose to tail right now.
Paul Witt trying to lead that bottom lane. He thought about maybe jumping up, taking that lead away, maybe kind of blocking that run that the top side had, but he thought better of it. So now some drivers may be peeking, maybe looking, seeing if they could get a third lane developed, but still not even at the halfway point yet. So let's just keep it 2x2. Let's just ride out the storm, so to speak. Let's ride out all those, voices in the head saying, hey, let's go 3 wide, or let's push the envelope, so to speak, when we don't need to. We still have to make a few more pit stops here this evening, Joe. So you see finally the momentum working to the outside lane's favor. If you stick at it long enough, and if you can keep a steering wheel on the outside lane, you will be rewarded by eventually passing everybody on the bottom. But you just got to stick at it and be very smooth with the wheel input. Can't be too jaggedy or too rocky back and forth like you're in a bad rowboat. But that inside line fighting back, they have good numbers and good people down there that really know. Oh, as I say that, look at that. Job takes it to the outside.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Still side by side, 2x2 racing up front. Witt, Eagles, Job, Combs, Campbell and Company. That's your top 5. I know Corey's probably up our. I need to check on Corey and see if ask him if he's pulling his.
Oh, excuse me, that was Paul Witt that took it to the outside, not Job. My apologies.
I just messed with old Corey there. Corey needs to jump up here in the booth. I don't even think I can actually pull him up. I can't even move anybody. Mike didn't give me a... Mike, if you're listening, I need rolls so I can move somebody. That's why we ain't even done anything.
And he is
Corey,
currently
if you're
sitting
watching,
inside
man,
the
jump
top
up here
10.
in the booth for a second.
Michael Allen, who needs to, like you say, give us permission. He's currently sitting inside the top 10 in that 29
right
machine.
there, ninth. Kind of quiet all night long. Which, I mean, that's what you want. I mean, it's a long race. Just, be quiet. Run, see if your car will jump up to the front, sometimes jump back to the back and forth.
See about every... Oh, that was a slice and a dice. Paul Witt trying to... He got clear just enough to jump down, take command back again out of that bottom lane. That's exactly what he was trying to do. And now everybody trying to still be side by side here, but side drafting getting more and more intense as we keep working to the halfway point. Neagles and Witt side by side there, getting pushed in their respective lanes. Coming up on another lap car. I believe that's the 49.
Sorry. Got a copy?
Yeah, I got a copy.
Well, man, a long style race here. You know, we've seen some wildness. We've talked a lot about, you know, patience up here. As race control, you know, I know you've seen a lot, but what's your take on some of the patience going on out here?
Oh, they're patient enough for me. I don't mind them. I don't mind their wrecks.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. It's when they argue with the race control. That's what really gets to the race control.
But what I'm saying is, like, the patience of what you're seeing draft-wise being a long race. Now, normally we're accustomed to, you know, this race would be coming to an end by now. And yeah, every you know, things going to heat up a little bit. But we still got, you know, another half to go here. And we talked about them running out of fast fixes after a while. So at what point, I mean, your job maybe sometimes as race control, maybe admin a little bit. Guys, calm down.
Yeah, I believe there are a couple out here that done burned up all two of their quick fixes. I believe 87 and 78.
Ow.
Or they're only two, and there might be a couple out here still running that have burned through two of them, and they don't have any left for the rest of the race. I believe Heath Job in the 760, he might not have any left.
Bad position to be in with this much left in a race right now. You know, yeah, right now everybody looking kind of patient up front, Witt and company, but we've seen some wild moves. Obviously, the one there, you see a little net code there on that one. Been a lot of net code here tonight, here, Corey.
Yeah, that one wreck back on lap 68. Yeah, that was a big blank. He got a warning for blanking, and he was immediately EOL'd.
Yeah, that one was there's nothing you can do. Getting caught up in that one, that's just a product of online racing.
Well, I did tell him to get off the track.
Right. But I'm talking as far as like avoiding that wreck. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one of those deals like there. But man, I tell you what, good to see you jump up here, man. Give some insight on what's going on. It's been a good race here tonight for the Alpha One Foundation. That's your race control man there, Corey.
Yay.
I'm Catman.
Neagles and Paul Witt keep exchanging the lead back and forth. Paul Witt takes it away, and then Neagles finds a way back by. I guess you can kind of say they're working together, but at the same time, just Paul trying to figure out what he can and cannot do. That's kind of what all these racers are, in a way, doing. But now closing in, we have hit pretty much the halfway point. Next time by, completely will be halfway to go. So, interesting. I feel like it's a all right spread, pretty much even for, you know, like we talked about. Been a good race up until this point, pretty good. You're going to have some questionable things, pack racing, drafting styles, so things are going to happen. Log jams or different things will stack up the field.
Wrecks. I mean, yeah, you never know what's going to happen here, what you're going to get when it comes to plate racing out here tonight. Neagles, Joe, Witt, company right there. Well, folks, we see them up front. I was about to say being patient, but a little bit of wildness happened right there. Ooh, that'll bring your raise your hair up on your arm.
Yeah, that adrenaline going to be flowing, and that blood, that pump in that heart is going to be pounding even more, and you don't want any more Code Brown moments than what we've already had, Joe.
Campbell Witt right there with him. All right, let's step away. It's been a solid race so far tonight. Take a quick commercial break. Everybody's been patient. Lap 95 here in the books. We'll be right back in a few.
There's an immeasurable bond that forms when you join the service. You'll do anything to protect and defend those at your side, and pushing the limits of your well-being is all just part of the job. But when this shared experience ends, it's easy to carry that mission-first mindset with you and neglect your own health and mental fitness. Team Red, White, and Blue understands these challenges and knows that together we can show veterans that their best days are ahead by providing opportunities to build healthier lifestyles right where they live and work. Through races, service projects, workouts, and a cutting-edge mobile app, our members develop a sense of camaraderie and mutual support. With a growing force of over 200,000 strong, we invite all veterans, families, and non-military supporters to start putting their well-being first. Team Red, White, and Blue is forging America's leading health and wellness community. Will you join the team?
Hi, I'm Blaine Smith, the Executive Director of Team Red, White, and Blue, and I want to take a minute just to welcome you on board and let you know that we're proud to have you as a new member of our team. This short video is a way for us to give you an idea of what you can expect from your experience at Team Red, White, and Blue, and also what we expect from you in return. Something that's really, really important to the fabric of our organization is our Eagle ethos. It's just 6 words, but they mean a lot to us, and they guide us in all we do. Those 6 words, passion, positivity, people, commitment, camaraderie, and community, are more than just organizational values. They're what we're all about and what we strive to work for in all of our programs and in every single one of our interactions. The next thing I want you to know is that we are an inclusive organization by design. We're open to veterans of all eras, of all ages, branches of service, combat experience, as well as active duty service members, their families, their friends, and just supportive members of the community that come out and take part in our mission. Every single person is important to what we do. All are welcome, and we look forward to seeing you all out there.
And then if you want to, just a little bit about how the foundation helped you.
You know, I was in a pretty serious deal, as most people know about. It's a pretty tough deal, very traumatic for my family. A lot of stuff that we went through that people would never understand. Without the assistance from the Steve King Foundation and several other donors as well, we could have come out of that thing in financial ruin. But it just takes a lot out of your family just to go through rehabilitation, all the medical bills. There's so many hidden expenses and stuff that you would never know about until you actually get involved in something like that. And even if you help somebody out with 500 or 1,000 or 100, whatever it is, it means a ton to the person, just to be able to live and to get through these things. It takes an ungodly amount of money, time, effort, patience, with the families, the doctors, to be able to get through a traumatic experience. And, with the Steve King Foundation, that makes everything a lot better.
All right, we're back. Got about 88 to go in this one. Well, they got fanned out a little bit up front, didn't they?
Yeah, we were 3 wide for a moment during the commercial break, and that bottom line being a bit more dominant at the moment.
See it right there. Still 3 wide. You got Carter, Rincon, Thomas Lane right there along with it. Joshua. Now you got the outside lane, kind of seeing they can't get formed back up single file. Maybe get a run going to the front here.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's being shuffled around. They're trying to get back organized on the outside lane, it looks like, Joe, trying to see who's going to lead it and who's going to fall in line where, but others still peeking, trying to maybe see if they can actually lead that outside lane. But so many drivers in that bottom line.
Right on board here with Carter. He's up on that top side. And if you can't push that high side back to the front, and Eagles leading this one on the inside lane. Coming around here, it looks like they're about to catch a pack up there that, see if we can't get a breakdown on who that is. It's actually right here. Chapman and Company. Fortunately, those 4 machines falling off the pace.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for those 4 machines that could be lapped here shortly. Some of those cars do involve some of the front runners that were earlier on in the race, and some that are still dangling on to the lead lap. But still, Cody Neagles still your race leader. Heath Job in second place, Paul Witt third, Klaus Williams, Richard Elliott, that rounds out the top 5. Mike Campbell.
And Eagles, Job, Witt, Williams, like you said, if they can't catch that pack up there, though.
Oh, yeah, they're running them down. Slowly but surely, they're catching them.
The high line coming to life. Bringing the high line up here. Let's see. A cat. '69 machine there on the top side. Here to see what's going to happen when they do catch that pack up there.
Is that Cameron Combs supposed to be in the 69, but it says 7?
That's
or?
what I think. That's what I'm thinking. Some of the custom numbers going off a little bit.
No, 69.
Cameron right there. He's bringing that high line to life. Got a car around back.
Oh, the 69 is Josh Broomfield.
What happened right here? Looks like he might have been trying to get on pit road. Almost got run over. Pit stops up front, or in the back actually. Like you said, that high lane running right now, and Eagle's still out front leading this one. Whitten Company.
So as you see, the leaders, they are approaching that foursome that we got. That are 3 of them trying to stay on the lead lap. One of them, I do believe, is already a lap down. So, but also have, I believe, also having a cycle of pit stops occurring. Don't shoot me on that. Not 100% sure, but I think we are. Yes, indeed, we are having a cycle of green flag cycle stops occurring,
Yes, we
Joe.
are, yeah.
Okay, just double checking.
Lap 106
I'm not dozing
here.
off, trust me.
Some of them came in at lap 97. A lot of guys came in at lap 76, so I think we are going to see some catching this far pack here in the back. Guys, yeah, we're going to start seeing these front runners come on pit road.
So we see some more pit takers there. Looks like 3. One of them darted back up onto the track. I don't know why, but looked like it was going to be 4, but so you see some of these cars that were about to go a lap down trying to mix it up and throw a rye and not go a lap down. They're trying to fend off and stay just on the lead lap, but you can only do that for so long until you just kind of get told to get back in your place, so to speak. Don't want to put up too much of a struggle or a fight against the leaders, trying to stay out the way.
Yeah, you got them 3x3 right now. This is where it's going to get a little dicey. But you got some lap down machines involved here with the actual leaders. The Eagles right now trying to see if he can't jockey through this one or tiptoe through this mess going on up front. That other lap machine right there, they ran up on it quick. There you go, leader on pit road. One of the leaders.
But he basically came in kind of by himself. He had one other person to help him, but they only came in. They came in by themselves.
Carter and Rincon came with him.
Oh, okay. So he had a couple of people, but not really a big pack. But
No.
like you talked about earlier, you want to pit with at least 6 people, a good group at least. But sometimes you don't have that option.
That's the ideal, and I mean that's what you want. That's where the coordination comes in. And you see up front, Job's got it. Elliott there with it. Whip, Campbell. It's going to be the top 4 right now, and yep, those guys were getting set to come in. That's probably going to be your top 4 right there. All coming together. It's kind of ideal right here. Good little pack, everybody coming in together. Gonna see maybe some 2-tire stop here. But that's not what you want. About that mental mistake. Had to back up ever so slightly on pit road.
Yeah, that's what I talked about earlier. You know, you don't want to make any mistakes whatsoever, having to back up, having to overshoot your pit. That means you're going to have to back up a little bit, or speeding, exiting, entering. Anytime you speed, that's going to be bad because you're going to have extra time in the pits. You're going to have to drive back through if it's exiting the pits. Sometimes if you get caught entering the pit speeding, that's just a hold after you have completed your service normally. So
good news is Eagle and them's going to catch that back tail end here. These guys coming out of Paul Witt Company, so they might be able to form back up. Those 3 machines that came in together, they might be able to form back up here in a kind of a small pack. Sure, they're going to go by Witt, but I think Witt and them's going to be able to catch on to the tail end of these guys, and then so it's going to be 3-car pack. It's going to be a 5-car pack here. Actually, about 6 blowing there. Maybe a 7. Then one back in the back might lose it. One a little further on back. Unfortunately, he's lost the draft.
So after pit stops, Cody Niegels, Christopher Carter, Paul Witt, Richard Elliott, Heath Job, Mike Campbell, Andrew Chapman, Casey Gross, Justin there in the 88 machine in 9th, Zach Range in 10th, rounds out the top 10. George Rincon, Michael Allen, Klaus Williams, Christopher Muse, and Cameron Combs rounds out the top 15.
Yeah, it is. So far, green flag stops. We've seen it. Flips the script a little bit. Makes everybody kind of spread out. Unfortunately, some cars a lap down. 19 on the lead lap right now. See the leaders up front here with Witt, Elliott, and company. Trying to figure out who wants to hold on to this pack. What you want to be way up on the top side by yourself. The best thing to do is probably just get down there, get behind the guy in the back, ride along with him.
Most certainly agree with that. Still have, let me do the math real quick, 114 of 188. Still have about a good distance left to go. Not quite, not quite 100, but not quite 30. So, you know, we still have, what is that? I'll try and do the math real quick. 114. So 80, just about 80 laps to go. Less than that, right? Yes.
Yeah.
So, sorry. I'm
about 70 to go.
Multitasking, terrible at the moment. So normally I'm pretty good at it, but sometimes not always 100% accuracy.
What's up, Outcast? How you doing? Hope everybody's enjoying the race. It's been a wild one. We've seen a lot of different things happen tonight so far. Kind of recap a little bit. We've had a couple cautions out here. The good green flag pit stops here along the way. Paul Witt's the man out front. With the green flag pit stops, though, it does split the field up here just a little bit. As you can see, unfortunately back here, Justin off the pack. He's in the second pack back here a little bit along with Chapman and company. So they're about 5 seconds back from the top 4 who are up front. The Alpha One Foundation tonight. The link out there, I pinned it up for you. If you want to donate to them, because it's a charity race going on here for these guys. Also got to give another shout out to Sim Metrics. Looking for a good button box, definitely check out Sim Metrics. They're giving away one here tonight to the winner. Again, appreciate everybody tuning in. Full style Talladega race. A little bit of everything here that can be brought about in a race, and I'd like to see how this one plays out to the end.
two distinct different packs. You have the pack that's already away from this camera shot. Justin leading this pack at the moment. They kind of need to get single file so they can run down the lead pack, but they're trying to figure out who wants to lead this pack back here. The 88 and a few others are going to have to pit. They're on a different pit strategy, I do believe, than a couple of others back here, a handful of others. So that's what we're seeing at the moment. Pit strategy and green flag cycle pit stops have gotten the field spread apart.
Yes, it is. This is the second pack we're watching here, because the first pack up here kind of all single file with Witt, Elliott, and company up there. What's up, Wayne? ORL. Gotta let me know who the ORL is out there. Which drivers are they? The second pack now, they're pretty much like they all would be for the first pack. They're side by side, nose to tail right now.
And this is not helping them at all.
No.
Trying to run down that front pack that is all single file. They're all just chilling. But this front pack, man, you would have thought it was last lap or last 10 laps, wheeling and dealing the final 10 laps. But no, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Right now, you see them. Goes along with Williams and company back here, door to door. Exciting racing for us to see up here. Like we talked about with the drivers, though, a little bit of nerve-wracking.
If only some of these guys could want to get in line and just ride, they could most definitely chase down that front, what is it, 6? Hold on.
Yeah, they would have to get in line to run down this pack up here. And even with that, I mean, they're about 5.4 seconds off the pace. Their last lap time, I mean, the guys up front ran a 50.8, 50.7s. They ran 50.89s back here, and that's one thing I never really understood too much about iRacing. How in the world does a pack that runs side by side run the same time the guys up front nose to tail? So we've got Anthony Garland, Rose Combs, and Moose. So most of those guys are going to be in your second place or second pack here. I'm not quite sure what the second pack needs to do, I mean, other than get into a big line.
Well, just get into a big line and ride, and hopefully that speed that you'll be building up, being all tucked up together in that line, you'll be able to run down that top, I want to say it's 6-7 car breakaway. If you include a couple of the lap stragglers, I do believe that the top 5 lead lap cars have. 121 laps complete here at Talladega. Alpha One Foundation race powered by Metrics.
It Metrics here in Alpha One Foundation. It's good pack racing back here in the back. I would say, other than a caution, it's going to be tough for this pack here to catch up to these boys up front as long as they stay single file. But one thing I always say, too, is you don't want to be the caution. You know, you'd probably want to see one to be able to catch up. You definitely don't want to be that. But what do you think, Will? When's the last place we might see the final pit stop? I'm going to say maybe around lap 150, 155. maybe 160.
At least 160. 162. But when they last pitted,
Oh yeah.
a lot of these drivers last pitted. Some of these drivers pitted, like you talked about, lap 97, 96. Some of these drivers last pitted at lap 107. So
Chapman, Range, and them, the one that pitted lap 97, some of them 106, 112, 111 for the top five.
Mm-hmm.
Because mostly in this second pack here, it's going to have to look at pit stops coming up here soon.
Like we said, strategy is all throughout the field this evening. If it stays green at the moment, I know it's kind of cliche or cheesy to kind of say, but whoever hits the nail on the head with the strategy right is going to be the victor of this race. That's what it's going to have to boil down to. But I don't think, anything's going to happen. And if you do see some of these drivers, maybe the next pit stop around, maybe get to single file out and chase down the leaders, you will see some more hard-nosed racing, just like we're seeing here. And it has a chance to fester and happen again. Maybe another one of those big ones arise. Our race control got down here, talked to us. Oh, pit stop's happening again, like we talked about.
Yeah, that's some of the guys that pitted around lap 97 that coming in on pit road.
Yes, sir.
You'll see that. Probably the next ones to drop in is the ones that pitted around lap 109, which are in this pack here too. See, they are fanning out a little bit, maybe trying to get set to go get low to where they can get on pit road. Again, Paul Witt's the man controlling this one out front with Elliott, Nichols, and Carter and company up front with Job. Got a big pack now up front with him.
Yeah, that's about almost a 10-car breakaway now. And they've picked up a couple of more stragglers since the last time we looked up at the front of the field. Might have been some of the ones that just pitted. I think a few of those that just pitted have picked up with the race leaders.
With out front, Elliott, Eagles, Carter, Joe. And this second pack coming around here. Got some up high. They're still going to go side by side, 2 by 2 up front with this second pack. And you've got the ones that just made a pit stop. Off pace just a little bit. Got a couple lap machines that are involved in that second pack too.
And that second pack still isn't able to run down any time down upon the race leaders. If anything, they're losing a couple of tenths here and there.
Oh, yeah.
It was over 7 3/4. Was the
hard
gap.
wall. Not sure what they're doing back there. I'm not quite. If I can watch it again.
Just got a little bit too low, and the 69 when the what is that, the 166 or whenever he came up to bump the 69, he just got a little bit too low, got off centered. Or the 661. He came up and just off centered to the left.
Why he did that weird to the left. The bump draft him. A lot of that right there probably could have been avoided, but definitely going to mix it up a little bit up front here. Under caution here tonight, Alpha One Foundation, Talladega race here. Been a good one. Step away, take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
And then if you want to, just a little bit about how the foundation helped you.
You know, I was in a pretty serious deal, as most people know about. It's a pretty tough deal, very traumatic for my family. A lot of stuff that we went through that people would never understand. Without the assistance from the Steve King Foundation and several other donors as well, we could have come out of that thing in financial ruin. But it just takes a lot out of your family just to go through rehabilitation, all the medical bills. There's so many hidden expenses and stuff that you would never know about until you actually get involved in something like that. And even if you help somebody out with 500 or 1,000 or 100, whatever it is, it means a ton to the person, just to be able to live and to get through these things. It takes an ungodly amount of money, time, effort, patience, with the families, the doctors, to be able to get through a traumatic experience. And, with the Steve King Foundation, that makes everything a lot better.
Hi, I'm Blaine Smith, the Executive Director of Team Red, White, and Blue, and I wanted to take a minute just to welcome you on board and let you know that we're proud to have you as a new member of our team. This short video is a way for us to give you an idea of what you can expect from your experience at Team Red, White, and Blue, and also what we expect from you in return. Something that's really, really important to the fabric of our organization is our Eagle ethos. It's just 6 words, but they mean a lot to us, and they guide us in all we do. Those 6 words, passion, positivity, people, commitment, camaraderie, and community, are more than just organizational values. They're what we're all about and what we strive to work for in all of our programs and in every single one of our interactions. The next thing I want you to know is that we are an inclusive organization by design. We're open to veterans of all eras, of all ages, branches of service, combat experience, as well as active duty service members, their families, their friends, and just supportive members of the community that come out and take part in our mission. Every single person is important to what we do. All are welcome, and we look forward to seeing you all out there.
There's an immeasurable bond that forms when you join the service. You'll do anything to protect and defend those at your side, and pushing the limits of your well-being is all just part of the job. But when this shared experience ends, it's easy to carry that mission-first mindset with you and neglect your own health and mental fitness. Team Red, White, and Blue understands these challenges and knows that together we can show veterans that their best days are ahead. by providing opportunities to build healthier lifestyles right where they live and work. Through races, service projects, workouts, and a cutting-edge mobile app, our members develop a sense of camaraderie and mutual support. With a growing force of over 200,000 strong, we invite all veterans, families, and non-military supporters to start putting their well-being first. Team Red, White, and Blue is forging America's leading health and wellness community. Will you join the team?
All right, folks, Green here. Talladega, Alpha One Foundation. Sim metrics here tonight. Been a good one. Getting down here, maybe to the start of the closing laps here for us. And it's been a thriller of a race here, Will.
It most certainly has been, Joe. 40. Yellow is out with 48 laps remaining. I was about to say 48 laps to go, but...
What happened there? We'll have to see.
Even with 48 laps remaining, we're going to have a pit stop when we go back green flag racing. Oh man, some pinballing going on.
Bam.
And
Well, he might have made it through, but didn't make it through on that one.
so somebody trying to put it in there just where that gap started to close up, and he started to ricochet off some people. And all she wrote, Dear John, for a couple of competitors. Yes, Cody Witt.
Yeah, Paul's doing pretty good. He's up to 5th right now.
Another one of the contenders leading some of the laps here tonight, old Paul Witt, in that 429 truck. Car. Yes. Oh my goodness. I'm so used to calling truck races with Paul Witt in them, Either over here or with the SRU guys, man, oh man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I finally slipped up and said it was a truck instead of a car tonight.
I'll probably say that to myself, so there you go.
Looks like we're going to have, 19 cars on the lead lap?
Yeah, and even with this caution right here, still early, you're going to see some guys come on pit road. Still not going to take them, I think, to the end, though. You're still going to probably have to make another pit stop.
Most definitely going to have to make another pit stop with the fuel mileage being like it is. And you can't, we can't go home from here. And it being, 28 to 32 laps, like we said, on a full tank, once you can get out of it, plus caution laps, right? So not going to be able to make it home. We're going to need another pit stop for that wonderful, wonderful digital Sunoco racing fuel. So just when do you pit? Do you pit when the window opens? Do you try to go all the way? Joe, what did you always like to do? Did you always like to be an early pit taker? Did you put it like depending on track to track basis, or what type of strategy was going on at the time, Joe?
Track to track, but when it came to Talladega stuff,
run it dry.
Well, I've done that. That's a bad thing to do too, because that you run it dry here on the wrong part of the track, you're not making it back around.
You know what I meant.
On a track like this, I always made sure I had teammates and we communicated a lot. I think that's really the important thing. Yes, you could come into this race as a solo person, but you're going to be behind the 8-ball a lot. Not only for the drafting of teamwork, but for that pit strategy like what you just mentioned there. The ideal thing is to take it as long as you can without running out. Sometimes you'll, a couple laps before, right on it or so forth and so on.
Agreed.
Yeah, it all depends on how comfortable you feel on these tracks. It's been a while. Pit strategy, unless it was a road race. Road racing is where I really put a lot of emphasis on pit strategy, because there is no cautions during those races. So pit stops really, really matter on when you take them, because you want to be able to take them and make it to the end of those races. Here, where there is that chance of a caution, you coming into these races, to me, coming into a plate race, right off the bat, you've got to say there's going to be a caution. Have I seen flag to flag? Actually, I've had a couple races this week at Talladega that were flag to flag, green flag. So, can that happen? Yes. But to me, you come into this race on an assumption that there's going to be a caution. So, you plan around your pit strategy of that. If you say you can make it 30 laps, and let's say it's a 100-lap race, okay, are we going to go 28 laps? Are we going to try to go 31 laps? Are we going to go to 30, 60, and then maybe? But if there's a caution in there, then you might say, well, let's go 30. Hope the caution flies, I don't know, lap 50. And then you take your pit there, and then you can actually split that last 50-50 into, maybe a 20-20 or something like that, or 25-25, excuse me, something like that. So I don't know. It varies there, Will. Really, it's a gamble.
It really does. And I was always the type of person that loved to pit whenever it comes to super speedways. Pit later. Always pit later. Never pit when the window arises. Always pit later.
Right.
Closing in on 40 laps to go, Joe. About 45 when we get the green flag here.
So it will be interesting now to see, because we've got some guys that pitted, the front runners up are pitted at lap 131, 26. A lot of them just came in here, fifth on back, pitted at lap 141. They still can't make it all the way. As we go green, you got Job and company up front. So the guys up front are banking on a caution, basically. I think that's what it is. If not, they're going to be offset, unless they just get lucky how they come out of the pit and able to grab back to the tail end of these guys, which we've seen that a lot happen too. They could get, shuffled out back if we have some green flag pit stops. So you bring back up that pit strategy. If you're, Zach Elliott and company right now, with about 40 to go, we know they can go, 28, 30 laps here tonight, somewhere in that area,
Yes,
I believe
sir.
it is.
Yes, sir.
You don't want to go too late because, if you can't get back to the pack, you don't want to go too soon. And, then if there's a green-white checkered, I don't know. I think lap 160, 165, maybe somewhere in that area. Hard to see. Interesting. Right now, you see him in that top side trying to see if he can't come back. I know at this point in the race now, you're going to start feeling, okay, who do I work with? I know my car's done early in the race. I've seen what it's done in the back. I've rode back here. You've had guys like we talked about it earlier. Unfortunately, his lap down Thomas Lane back in 24th, who was pretty much just rode in the back. Paul Witt, he's been up front, back, Cedra several times. We'll see if he can make it back to the front. You need help. Still too early for bump drafting in the turns, though.
Like
The
you say,
game
you
they're playing
need
up
help.
front right now, a little early for that. Because, boy, you could cause a big one.
Like you're saying, you need help, but who do you choose to go with? Who do you choose to help? Do you choose to help someone that maybe, like you said earlier, maybe caused something you didn't like to happen? Do you want to push them? Do you want to work with them? Do you want them pushing you? These are questions you have to ask yourself in the closing laps of a race. We're, like I said, 40 laps to go. We're starting to get to the pay window opening. It's opening by the centimeter at the moment. But when we start to get about 25 to go, it's going to be opening then by the inches. And with about 10 laps to go, it's going to be opened even bigger, even wider, right? So
normally I would say 20 to go at most tracks. Business is going to pick up, run what you brung. Here it's almost like 2 laps to go because it's such a big track. It takes such a long time to get around this place. Yeah, like you said, at 10 laps to go, you better know who you're about to work with. Put yourself in the position to get to the front. A little early to do a lot of pushing, but you definitely want to be there. As you can see, the 88 machine there, Justin on the outside. He's getting help, but like he wants on that inside lane. We'll see if he stays up on the top. Going to drop down to the inside.
He's trying to control both lanes of traffic at the moment, Joe.
This don't work too well on iRacing. I know in real racing it does, but on iRacing, that back and forthness usually is going to get you in trouble more times than not on iRacing. I've seen it happen so many times there, and that's a good thing to bring up there, Will, because it is a strategy in real racing to try to control both lanes. To me, if you're going to control both lanes, the ideal way to do that is if, let's say, that 92 and 88 were teammates. The 88 gets up top, controls the top lane, the 92 stays down low, and they control it that way. But being a single car out front, for some reason the drive package is just not there, I think, over the years, from what I have seen, to be able to just jump up and far back. It gets you into trouble more than it does, and then it helps you. And we're going to see that 429 right there. That's Paul Witt. He says, I'm going to try to see if I can't take the higher lane, go to the top. Okay. Made it work.
But he also could have waited for more help to maybe get by the 3 car. The 3 car was kind of put in the middle, but he dropped with the 78.
I'm not sure if they're teammates too, because it looked like that 3 machine there of Chapman dropped back behind those guys. We haven't talked much about some guys are more comfortable out front pulling. Some guys are pushers. I always was more comfortable being a pusher. I didn't feel comfortable like where the 88 machine there of Justin was, or where Paul is. I mean, obviously that's where you've got to be if you want to win, but I just didn't feel comfortable riding in that position. I don't know why. I just felt more comfortable like right here, riding on board, and I haven't brought up too much, while we're talking about this, as we ride on board. Look at that view. Inside or outside lane? I always was an outside lane person there, Will, and a lot of the reason being is you see where Elliott is as we're riding on board. If he was closed in on the back tail bumper, he would not be able to see that apron down there going into the turn. All he'd see is a big bumper and a wing. As opposed to, let's see if we can get somebody on the outside. Here on the outside, you can see that apron coming up to you a little more. So you can actually see ahead of you a little bit more and kind of anticipate your move. So it was just a comfort thing to me.
Yeah, I agree. Being on the outside lane was a bit more comforting, being either, it all depends on who was working with me. I'd rather either push them or vice versa be pushed by that person. All depends on who it was. I was more comfortable pushing them, or I was more comfortable being pushed by said person. Like I said, it all
maybe it's
all
because I wasn't as
preference.
aggressive of a driver either too. I just didn't feel being out front,
you could lead
being
and
a puller,
predict.
and predict what's going on. You've got to be a little more of an aggressive style driver to want to pull the pack. And then it is to push a little bit, so maybe that came into play. And again, obviously you've got to be there at the end, to win it.
Anytime I could get hooked up with someone back whenever it was tandem drafting was a big thing. anytime I could get hooked up with someone that could push me very well, and I could hold a very steady Sterling, that term, holding a pretty wheel. And anytime all those things lined up perfect, man, I loved being the pushy. I just loved it because I felt like I can control what was going on. I could put my car and the person pushing me, I could put both of our cars where I wanted it, right? So.
And at some point during this time, if you was coming to let's say to the checkered flag, you see with the 88 machine there, Justin's out front, but you also see the 92 there right behind him. At some point, there's nothing that car can do. He's stuck. He can't go low. He can't go high. So he pretty much tells Justin, hang on, because I'm coming out of here. I'm going to push you now. Now that would be the wrong move to do coming to the line, because Paul Whitten Company up front, well, they're probably going to end up clipping you some coming up there and whatnot. But you just gave up the bottom side too. So I get it. You're trying to control both lanes, but the ideal way of controlling both lanes is and all you're doing is frustrating Whitten Company up front too, doing it. And that you go back, you mentioned it earlier. Do I want to work with this guy earlier? Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say, me personally, if I see a guy wiggling all over the place up there doing that, and that's not going to be the one I want to work with, because it's unpredictable on where he's going to go. I want to make sure I want a teammate up there. So, hey, look, and me and your teammate, we'll all be like, all right, Will, what are we going to do? We're going to work together. I'm stuck on this bottom behind you. I hang on because I'm about to push you to the front,
Exactly. Man, I'm going to hold on for dear life and try to give us the best way. I'm going to pick and choose as those lanes open up for us where we're going to go.
Yeah. So, that's another thing. I mean, unless he has teammates up there, what Justin's doing right now, I mean, to me, and again, hey, look, it's just what we're seeing up here in the booth, mean nothing by it. It's more of an agitation to the drivers. And, yeah, there he goes again, jumping up there. I know what he's doing, trying to slow it down. He's trying to think, well, I'm in the 88 car. He's trying to be a wannabe Earnhardt Jr. Not happening. So, you're in a virtual world there, my friend. I know Paul's going, pick a lane, unless they're teammates, unless that's just by design. See, now I don't know if they are. Guess I could look down there and see. Let's see who's with Whitten Company. Paul, who are we talking about up front in that 88 box? Justin. With Paul. Yeah, Justin's not in that pack with them. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're not teammates. So I'm going to stick to back what I'm saying. It's more or less probably like Paul's probably thinking, all right, I know this guy, what his strategy is now. He's wanting to control both ends. I got to be able to close him off coming to the line. What do y'all think out there in the chat? I mean, what are y'all thinking up here? We all see it in real racing. But one thing we do know, still got pit stops. Can't make it all the way. There's no way. They'd have to go 40 laps.
And we know they can't do that, so...
Yeah.
Gonna cut it in half, or maybe just go the distance until, like you said, maybe kind of not really go the entire distance green, but go until they can't no more, then peel off and pit. You're gonna have some maybe gonna pit short, others going to kind of not really completely run it dry. A little bit of contact made and around. Oh, yep. That's gonna be a big crash.
That's gonna be a caution. Yeah, unfortunate back there. A little bit of a bump draft going wrong, and that's the big one. So let's go back and watch it one more time. As you see the car down there, from there, it's pretty much just chaos, enthused, cars everywhere.
Turned into a junkyard real quick, Joe.
Can't find who that was. A bump draft in the turn, and then from there another bump draft, and then wow, parts, boom, hard in the wall for the 8 machine. This might do the night in for some of these guys who don't have a quick fix. Quite sure which one. No, Corey's got all that information there, but just some hard licks into the wall. Unfortunate for them. Whew. Well, we just talked about pit stops. I said lap 160. This right here is about as perfect as you can make it. They should make it all the way now. Factor in the amount of laps under caution here. You'd be able to make it all the way.
Yes, sir, indeed, Joe. It looks like this caution is going to be very beneficial and help out everybody going to be able to make it to the end on fuel.
It is. Well, it has been a good one. Under caution here tonight, Talladega Alpha One Foundation charity event here tonight with Simmetrics coming on board as one of the title sponsors. Been a good one here as we get into the closing laps of it. I'm going to step away, take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in a few.
There's an immeasurable bond that forms when you join the service. You'll do anything to protect and defend those at your side, and pushing the limits of your well-being is all just part of the job. But when this shared experience ends, it's easy to carry that mission-first mindset with you and neglect your own health and mental fitness. Team Red, White, and Blue understands these challenges and knows that together we can show veterans that their best days are ahead by providing opportunities to build healthier lifestyles right where they live and work. Through races, service projects, workouts, and a cutting-edge mobile app, our members develop a sense of camaraderie and mutual support. With a growing force of over 200,000 strong, we invite all veterans, families, and non-military supporters to start putting their well-being first. Team Red, White, and Blue is forging America's leading health and wellness community. Will you join the team?
And then if you want to, just a little bit about how the foundation helped you.
You know, I was in a pretty serious deal, as most people know about. It's a pretty tough deal, very traumatic for my family. A lot of stuff that we went through that people would never understand. Without the assistance from the Steve King Foundation and several other donors as well, we could have come out of that thing in financial ruin. But it just takes a lot out of your family just to go through rehabilitation, all the medical bills. There's so many hidden expenses and stuff that you would never know about until you actually get involved in something like that. And even if you help somebody out with 500 or 1,000 or 100, whatever it is, it means a ton to the person, just to be able to live and to get through these things. It takes an ungodly amount of money, time, effort, patience, with the families, the doctors, to be able to get through a traumatic experience. And, with the Steve King Foundation, it makes everything a lot better.
Hi, I'm Blaine Smith, the Executive Director of Team Red, White, and Blue, and I wanted to take a minute just to welcome you on board and let you know that we're proud to have you as a new member of our team. This short video is a way for us to give you an idea of what you can expect from your experience at Team Red, White, and Blue, and also what we expect from you in return. Something that's really, really important to the fabric of our organization is our Eagle ethos. It's just 6 words, but they mean a lot to us, and they guide us in all we do. Those 6 words: passion, positivity, people, commitment, camaraderie, and community are more than just organizational values. They're what we're all about and what we strive to work for in all of our programs and in every single one of our interactions. The next thing I want you to know is that we are an inclusive organization by design. We're open to veterans of all eras, of all ages, branches of service, combat experience, as well as active duty service members, their families, their friends, and just supportive members of the community that come out and take part in our mission. Every single person is important to what we do. All are welcome, and we look forward to seeing you all out there.
Cars back in, and this is pretty much, if she goes green the rest of the way, we'll cross our fingers on it. Pit stops is what you got. Everybody made it. Lap 159. Still going to be close at that mark, 128 or 28 laps here. We'll have to see if anybody has to drop in and maybe do a splash and go. But meanwhile, it's a pack up front, 2 by 2. Everybody's been nose to tail as we're getting set to take the final laps around this place here, Talladega tonight. Then at 6, Cody.
Yes, sir. Our pole sitter, who has led a good majority of this race
Now,
alongside.
I'm sorry about that, Will, but I got to bring this up real quick. You saw Cody jump up to that high line? Paul Witt and Cody are teammates. And remember what I said earlier? If you're going to control the top and bottom, this is how you control the top and bottom. You get one of your teammates up top, drag that thing. Now, Paul shouldn't have done it. Yeah, see, here's where Paul and I'm going to say probably Cody are going to be like, all right, we're going to have to shuffle that 88 out of the way here. But yeah, Paul and Cody are teammates up front.
So now that we got that settled.
Yes. Well, and I saw it because I was wondering why Cody jumped up to that high side, and I instantly looked down there in their channel. They're in the same channel. So I'm going to take that they are teammates there, Will.
Right, one can only assume.
Now you see them down low. You see, and I got the hunch here that Paul might try to push Cody back to the front. We'll see if Cody's going to jump to that high side. Yep. I need to go and start up a psychic business, Will.
Why? Because are we foretelling that there might be a storm a brewing, a crash a brewing in the maybe next couple of corners?
I'm telling you how to control both of these lanes right now. Yeah, but see, now that right there, little aggressive driving, and that might have actually hurt the 88 more than anything.
Hey, I think the teammates might have actually did what you were trying to get done with the entire time. Shuffle that 88 of Justin out and to the pond.
And here's the problem with that. Remember we were talking about, you see the teamwork up there between teammates? On the flip side, there's the problem with not having teammates. I'm not sure if Justin is working in one. Let me look down here and see where he's at. Maybe in the field, if he's actually in one of these channels with anyone. If not, then he is actually a lone wolf. Actually, it does look like he's back here with Peter, Campbell, and Chapman. So where's Chapman at right now? And Campbell, actually, well, he's back here with Chapman right now. So he is back there with one of his teammates. So him and Chapman needs to get back together, work back together, and get back to the front. So that on the flip side of that, you saw teammates up there now controlling both sides of the coin, high side, low side. I talked about that earlier. But on the flip side of it, that 88 machine, he's got with his teammate, but up front he had no help. Now he's got help with his teammate trying to bring the third lane to life. Team, team, team. And now is ideal for that machine there, Justin.
Yeah, we are 3 wide, couple of rows deep, almost 3 now. Justin trying to work this high side, more drivers trying to take comfort in that high side, but not too many at the moment.
Yeah, you can see Justin right now. He is one of those drivers I can tell wants to be out front. Does not want to ride in the back. He does have his teammate now, Andrew Chapman, one of them, with him. So he has help. He has confidence, and that's what he needs. I think he tried to test the waters. Can I get up front there by myself? Yeah, but can I stay up front? He's already seen now that, well, if I stay up front by myself, these teammate guys up here of Witt and Cody, they're going to work together. 3 wide for the lead here, Will. It's about to pick up.
Yeah, that threesome on the outside didn't need any more help. They power trained to the front, but that's going to hurt them now that momentum kind of finally stalled. But that side drafting, that middle lane, really side drafting them to pieces. And everybody getting a bit separated. Oh, man.
Woo, whoa.
Tense.
Yeah.
I almost thought we were going to crash, but heck of car control by Paul Witt.
We might be crashing in the back. Yeah,
Oh,
no, hang on. 60.
Yep, caution's out.
Yeah, caution's out. Yeah, let's.
But Paul Witt had a great save, but there was a checkup a little bit further back. And
check the field up, I think, when Paul had to, because he came back up the track. We'll go back here and see if we can see it real quick. See Paul right there on the inside. Get a little further on back, so we'll rewind it back here. Real time. They were three wide up front. Oh, you can see back there beating each other half to death. They were 3 wide up front. All just kind of got shuffled. That car on the outside there went down a little bit. I checked the field up. Them racing deals, I mean, you start seeing everything. You're starting to see, remember we talked earlier, teammates, yeah, right there. Looked like Cody was going to go low to catch Paul, but the car behind him, hey, he said, I'm going to come low with you. The problem is he just wasn't clear. And that kind of checked the field up, and unfortunately wreck in the back puts us under caution. So now do you pit? Because you're right there on the limit of making it. Now this caution will help you fuel-wise, but what do you think the strategy is?
Well, if you're a little bit further back, left on the lead lap, and if you were kind of within that window of, kind of making it, so to speak, and you kind of need to maybe top off if you feel the need to, I would probably do that if I was a little bit further back, not necessarily
if I was 10th or 14th, I'm with you.
Yeah, if I'm 10th or worse, like you just said, I'm gonna come in, top off, maybe put on another set of Goodyears, and have at it again. I have another chance here, but if I'm, maybe 6th on up or 10th on up, it all depends on who's going to pit with me as well.
Looks like the leaders are staying out.
So, yes,
I mean, these pit stops help, and what I like to say, it's not an exact science, folks, but every caution lap every caution lap, I usually say is about, or every 2 caution laps or so, 2 or 3 caution laps is usually about 1 lap of green flag running. Again, it's not an exact science. It's just kind of how you see it on the track. You kind of see some of these guys with fuel mileage and so forth. So, do you save under caution? Absolutely, because you're not running at full speed. Another thing you can do, a lot of guys will run in 4th gear. That saves them. You can see some guys that'll clutch. Some will turn off the cars off. I was looking at the top runners. None of these guys look like they're saving. They might be in fourth gear because the RPMs are a little bit lower, but none of them are actually clutching or anything. What's up, Cody? It's been a great race so far. Cody. Oh, you're actually, you're driving and texting too. Okay. Well, down there Cody goes. He actually cut the ignition. Cutting it back on. So, hey, he could be one that's close here, Will.
Oh, most definitely indeed, if you're having to do all that drastic stuff, you know.
So, you need to save about a lap or so here.
At least, at least the looks of it, you know, you wouldn't. Some drivers, they just do that when the caution comes out. That's just instinct. They just can't help but do that.
I did. I would always at least put the clutch in, or I would ride in fourth gear. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Why not? You're under caution. I mean, whether you need to save the fuel or not, there you go. I mean, I've got a button box I can flip the switch to, you know, for ignition on and off. You just do it. I mean, it's. Again, I go back to why not. Up, Cody, yeah. Well, Cody, I gotta ask, you got your teammate up there, Paul, y'all working together? And how close are you on fuel? I see you up there turning the motor on and all, going back green. Green, white, checkered, though, might make sense. If we get another caution, these guys up front might be forced to have to make a pit stop. Because at some point, yeah, the laps will, you know, they're just not going to, there are going to be too many laps. How many green, white checkers we got tonight, by the way? I didn't even ask Mike that one. I should know, but, you know, shame on me.
Let me double check that.
The rules down here. I guess I can go back and read the rules.
Two green, white, checkered.
Right. So that would be 6 extra laps. So you're good on fuel. Okay. Awesome. What about green, white, checkers? We have 2 of them. Gonna be close on that one. Cody says he's good on fuel. He pitted at lap 159. It puts him at 29 laps. But we have 2 green, white checkers. That adds on 6 more laps to that. Even though they are under caution, you still got to make at least, well, at least 3 of those laps would be green flag. Depending on when the caution flew on the first one. Actually, it would also depend on when the caution flew on the second one, too, I guess, if I want to think about it that way. Pace car's in. Cody and company up front. Here we go. It'd be a thriller to the end
flag,
here.
Green flag.
We already know Justin in the 88 machine, he wants to be at the front. He's got his teammate right there. Cody does not have Paul with him at this time. Paul got shuffled back just a little bit, so a lot to see how that outside lane is able to progress and get up front.
Yes, sir, and with 17 laps to go, it's not quite go time yet, but you really want to try to set yourself up in the right position to, as we keep saying, be there at the end. You know, that term has been used a lot tonight and gets used a lot in our races that we call Joe, but we can't emphasize that enough of trying to put yourself in the right position to be there whenever it matters. When that white flag flies, okay, what's going to happen? Well, anything. Oh, as carnage is unfolding going into turn 1.
Yep, that's a big one. Right, they were jockeying around back here in the back a lot.
They were. Man, starts to unfold a little bit back here. There's somebody that's going to jump up here in the top
Oh,
lane.
just side draft. Wrong.
Yep, a little bit of confusion going on. Like you said, side draft takes a play in this one.
Okay.
So we're just going to have to set them up, Joe, and do it all again.
Cautions breed cautions.
Good song, by the way.
That was fun for a good long time. Yeah, hey. Unfortunate sometimes, man. You're out there and you it's plate track racing. Sometimes it's just a gamble.
And
to
out
go
here,
though.
Job out there, one of these competitors who was out here putting on a heck of a show for a good cause, that's for sure. So thank you, Job, for being out here, being a part. Like we say each and every race, thank you out. You know, thank you for coming out, being a part, and you know, helping put on the show.
Oh,
without the drivers, you know, we wouldn't be able to bring you any of the action you've been seeing here tonight. There would not be a show.
Appreciate all the viewers out there too, man. Because like you say, this has been a long one. I know the guys are getting tired out there on the track. It's, you know, fatigue might be setting in. I know a lot of people might think, well, virtual racing, but hey, you still your arms will get tired out there, man. Wheeling this thing around, your foot might get tired a little bit hitting the. Dragging the brake some or holding that pedal.
Yeah, there's no bathroom breaks for them, Joe.
No.
We might get to run away and run to the bathroom, but they do not.
No, it'd be kind of hard.
Some of them, you know. That is wonderful news there, Heath.
Where do you find that info at?
I don't know, but he won the paint contest, I think. That 92
saying.
Won the. Yeah.
I'm not.
I'm sure it's in the Discord somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to look at. See the paints, but.
Looks like might get the restart here at 12 to go, I do believe. Gonna have this lap and maybe another lap, then we're gonna go back green.
We are. Hyper
18.
Motorsports, huh? One's Hyper Motorsports out there, Heat. Justin's out front. We've seen he wants to stay out front. Chapman's going to be right there with him. And you got Carter, Allen, Cody and company there with Barnes and Witt. Rincon, Williams, Elliott. That's your top 10. As go back green. Probably about 12 to go in this one.
'92 760 45 was Heath and company. So still a couple of bullets left in the gun for him and his teammates.
But Sean is probably the closest one then. Been in a good spot right there in 11th. Got time to get up front.
Lights are out on the pace car. Yes, we will go back green with 12 laps remaining at the stripe when we get it this time by. Heck of a race, 11 cautions to boot, but hey, some things just happen. Others could have been prevented, but racing is racing, and it's going to happen, especially with the tight, close quarters pack racing. And sometimes, net code and lag just rears its ugly head. Can't help that. So
It does.
But it's been a heck of a doozy, heck of a race. Lots of good side-by-side action all the way around.
About to get wild from this point on here. Now you need to hook up with your teammates here and try and, I'm going to say Justin now is in a good position as Chapman's going to be right there behind him. On the outside is going to be Carter. Got Allen, Eagles. The top two right there along with it. They're going to have their teammate. Pace cars in, going back green.
Green flag, green flag.
So everybody may be hoping that this could be the final restart of the evening. As you've done alluded to, Joe, it's been a long race. Fatigue could have set in by now if it hasn't already. And you're just kind of already hoping, if you're a little bit further back in the pack, you're hoping the race to be over with. There you see Justin trying to already control the lanes already. How far is this going to work for him?
Well, you've got that teammate on the inside there. Remember I was talking about earlier, that if you want to control the lanes, the best way to do it, put a teammate high, teammate low, and that's what they've done. Chapman's down low, Justin's up high, so now they can control the pack unless they want to go 3 wide on the top side.
Somebody's trying that on the outside, but that's getting nothing going, nothing to boot out there. So Justin, I think, will lead that lap. Barely, by about a half a car. So, yeah, you need a lot of help out there getting a third lane going. So, it's trying to form, but nothing coming. I think they were maybe 4 wide going into 1 that lap. So, 11 laps to go, riding on board.
And that's Allen we're riding here with, pushing that outside lane. And big difference. And whoa, now that's not what the 88 wanted to see there. Justin, him getting split in the middle. He might get saved here with a little bit of help. Oh,
contact's gonna get made. The bottom lane tries to come up a little bit more.
Paul
and
came up, and
that was a doozy.
Oh man, and I think if Williams would have stayed down,
well, Klaus just lost control, I think, once this happens.
Paul, 16 went down, and Paul went with his teammate, and this went just a little bit too high. Unfortunate. Oh yeah, he just slams the inside wall, and it just threw him back up the track.
Yeah, nothing Klaus could have done there.
Woo!
Because, like you said, he ricocheted after he hit that inside retaining wall. He was a lawnmower, and then he was a crash test dummy.
Yeah.
So nothing. He could have been on the. Yeah, he was a John Deere, and then he was a deer. So.
Yeah, just 2 cars trying to occupy the same space, and it's not going to work.
Yeah, like you said, it looked like Paul was going with teammate Cody there, and Cody made a move. Got to go for it, right? Like we talked about earlier.
Paul just kept going a little too high.
yeah. To the window, to the wall, he was trying to go to. So,
unfortunately, it was a car there when he got there.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, there was a car occupying that space. Who would have thought? But
okay. Gonna put us down about 5 to go here.
At least.
So we'll step away, take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Get the conclusion of this one.
Hi, I'm Blaine Smith, the Executive Director of Team Red, White, and Blue, and I want to take a minute just to welcome you on board and let you know that we're proud to have you as a new member of our team. This short video is a way for us to give you an idea of what you can expect from your experience at Team Red, White, and Blue, and also what we expect from you in return. Something that's really, really important to the fabric of our organization is our Eagle ethos. It's just 6 words, but they mean a lot to us, and they guide us in all we do. Those 6 words: passion, positivity, people, commitment, camaraderie, and community are more than just organizational values. They're what we're all about and what we strive to work for in all of our programs and in every single one of our interactions. The next thing I want you to know is that we are an inclusive organization by design. We're open to veterans of all eras, of all ages, branches of service, combat experience, as well as active duty service members, their families, their friends, and just supportive members of the community that come out and take part in our mission. Every single person is important to what we do. All are welcome, and we look forward to seeing you all out there.
And then if you want to, just a little bit about how the foundation helped you.
You know, I was in a pretty serious deal, as most people know about. It's a pretty tough deal, very traumatic for my family. A lot of stuff that we went through that people would never understand. Without the assistance from the Steve King Foundation and several other donors as well, we could have come out of that thing in financial ruin. But it just takes a lot out of your family just to go through rehabilitation, all the medical bills. There's so many hidden expenses and stuff that you would never know about until you actually get involved in something like that. And even if you help somebody out with 500 or 1,000 or 100, whatever it is, it means a ton to the person, just to be able to live and to get through these things. It takes an ungodly amount of money, time, effort, patience, with the families, the doctors, to be able to get through a traumatic experience. And, with the Steve King Foundation, it makes everything a lot better.
There's an immeasurable bond that forms when you join the service. You'll do anything to protect and defend those at your side, and pushing the limits of your well-being is all just part of the job. But when this shared experience ends, it's easy to carry that mission-first mindset with you and neglect your own health and mental fitness. Team Red, White, and Blue understands these challenges and knows that together we can show veterans that their best days are ahead by providing opportunities to build healthier lifestyles right where they live and work. Through races, service projects, workouts, and a cutting-edge mobile app, our members develop a sense of camaraderie and mutual support. With a growing force of over 200,000 strong, we invite all veterans, families, and non-military supporters to start putting their well-being first. Team Red, White, and Blue is forging America's leading health and wellness community. Will you join the team?
Off on the pace car. Man out front right now, Cody Niggles. He's got it under control. He's lost his teammate, unfortunately, there, Witt. He's got Carter, though, there. But he's got 2 teammates right there behind him. Chapman and Justin are going to be hooked up nose to tail. You got the 29 of Mike Allen up there, too. So, be interesting to see what these guys can do up front. Getting set here to get the closing laps. These cars in. Flag's about to fly.
Yes, who's going to help who here in the closing few laps? Now this could possibly be the caution to end all cautions, maybe, but we still have 2 green, white checkers in the bank to kind of lean on. I hate leaning on them, but that's just me. So green flag is out. We're going up through the gears. 6 laps remaining, Joe. You've made your bed. You're laying in it. Now you're just going to be pushed in it.
Yeah, and you know, you still a little early for that bump drafting in the turns and tri-oval. You want to wait a couple more laps for that, but now you definitely want to know who your teammate is, who you're working with, what you've got up front. Maybe try to put yourself in a position where you can go. You can see them already trying to form a 3-wide lane up there. Cody right now, he needs to protect the inside lane. Whatever those guys behind him do, he is done. He's going to say, look, I'm going to give you the outside all day long, but I don't want to give him that inside. And he throws a block. Might be real, and it was a little undecisive on where he wanted to go there for a second.
Yes, he was. Like you say, you got to be mindful. You got to be very smart with the blocking and pick and choose when you do it.
Yep. Got Cody high, Chapman low. And we'll see how well man Justin is on the pusher. Meanwhile, you've got Neagles right there along with it. Carter's pushing everything he can down the back stretch. Yeah, now you see some huffing and puffing. You see the third lane up there trying to form, see if they can't come to the front.
And fighting back on the bottom side. Justin pushing the 3 of Chapman back to the point. So, like you say, there's trying to be 3 lanes of traffic being built up, but only about 3, maybe 4 cars having anything to say on that 3rd lane up top. Oh, boom. Trouble.
Yeah, in the back.
So we will see a green, white, checkered finish here, at least 1 attempt at it. After that,
bump draft going wrong in the tri-oval.
Yep, another bump draft gone wrong.
Them back there starting to heat up just a little bit. They were tagging each other back there in the back. Just caught him right there in the wrong quarter part of it. And it's going to send you around every time. All right. So, green, white, checker.
It looked like the 28 of George Rincon wasn't prepared or ready for the 60 machine. I believe it was the 60. Might have been the 00 to jump up there, and he just gave him one heck of a shot, right? And George Rincon in that 28, he's being pushed, so he can't really control in a way like how hard he hits him. I mean, you know, he kind of can, but he can't. He's being pushed hecka hard, like so hard, and just gives a good shot to the guy that jumps up there, right? And you're, in a way, you're taking a risk of jumping up there to lead that line now that you want to lead, that is coming with so much of a run, so much momentum. But then you're doing it at a risk of maybe getting turned back down across the track, because you're going to get hit, because they're going maybe 5-10 mile per hour faster than you once connected and pushed up properly. Yeah, the closing rate and the rate of speed that you get hit with after you jump up there and maybe catch the cars that are propelling by you or are trying to go by you, it's a game of chance, and we just saw it right there unfold. So doesn't look like even Witt having a hard time to kind of rebound after his misfortune and run back up to his teammate up there at the front, Neagles and the 6 machine. So
yeah, it's going to be interesting now how these guys are going to pair up.
It is. We've seen more and more drivers make bolder and riskier moves It's going to really ratchet up now on this first attempt of a green-white checkered. I just checked and clarified. We have 2, so we might use both of them. Like you say, it has a possibility and a chance of even ending under caution.
Let's throw the scenario out there for folks that are unfamiliar with how the green-white checkered works. Obviously, we're going to go green, and with that said, if a caution flies before they get to the white flag, we will have another attempt. If they make it to the white flag on the first attempt here, then the race is official. It doesn't matter what happened. They all could jump themselves, and they'll go to the checkered. But if a caution flies before they make it to the white flag, we get another attempt at green-white. The only way this race would end under a caution is if on the second attempt we go green and then there's a caution fly before they get to the white flag. If that happens, then the race unfortunately is over with under yellow and wherever it's scored. So I'm like you there, we make it to the green.
Exactly. And
I'm going to say this too. Right now, Chapman and Justin, both times on the restarts, have been perfectly placed.
They have been. And you want to try to get a perfect placement, like we talked about. From the top of the show, you want to get a good placement. You want to be here at the end. You want to try to set yourself up in a good position possible, somewhere in the top 10. Hopefully you can try to have a shot to win it, but as long as I always say this, as long as you're on the lead lap, you have a shot, you know, because there's no telling what can transpire. The front 2 can wreck each other, and it's off from there. You just got to try to drive through the smoke days that thunder it, just got to get through it. But we haven't got there yet.
Well, Chris Carter and Cody now have jumped down in the same channel.
Mm-hmm.
Might be 2 that might be looking to work together here to try to take that tandem out up there of Chapman and Justin up front. I think you're going to need help. Now, like where Carter's at right now, nothing he can do. Remember, I talked earlier. He probably tells Cody, you better hang on because I can't go low, I can't go high as long as they're staying up there beside of me. We coming to the white flag here, hang on to it because I'm going to give you a shove.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would be telling my driver in front of me. I'd be saying, hey, just hang on. I'm going to get you to the front. After that, we can settle it maybe amongst ourselves.
If we can split up enough, yeah.
Exactly.
Here we go. Green-white checkered attempt number 1. Chapman and company up front here along with Niegels. Green flag flies. Which team is going to be able to work better here? See Carter's getting a little bump there on the backside. You see Justin pull back just a little bit. Here we go. Chapman wanted to get on that bottom lane, I believe, and maybe they're going to control both lanes, just could not get down there in time. Niegels closed the door on him, and that's what he needed, too, is now you've got them side by side. Remember what we talked about, bump drafting? Well, put that out the window now. It's shoving time.
It is shoving time. It's really just brung all you brought. There's trouble.
Woo, boy, that was close.
They saved it. So.
Wow. And they make it to the white flag. They do it's official. It won't matter if the whole field destroys each other. Up front, man, now coming to the line out of 4. Green-white checkered attempt 1 here. Trying to get a third lane going. Meanwhile, Chapman's out front. He's getting pushed by his teammate. Down low, they side drafting. White flag. This one's going to be official here, Will.
It is, and 3 wide a little bit further back. But down low, you have the 6 being pushed by the 92 here. Cody still out front, showing strong. So the 3 and the 88 can't really do anything. Their line right behind them has disorganized. And that inside line going to go right by them. Momentum has lost, but outside, a further line has developed.
Yep, coming to 4, final time. Does Eagles have enough? Is Carter going to stay with him, or is he going to jump to the outside coming out of 4? They're junking him in the back. Chapman's back there. Looks like Carter has committed to pushing Eagles to the front here as they're coming through the tri-oval. It's going to be Cody winning this thing tonight with Carter along with him. Mike Allen comes in third. Great teamwork up front. What a way to finish this one off here tonight. The Alpha One Foundation race here at Talladega.
Cody Eagles won it from the pole. Dominated this race, I want to say, because he led a good portion of this race, Joe.
Yes.
So, what a terrific job, man! Like he you like getting everybody connected and together, like to put all. Christopher Carter in that 92 machine. Hey, man, you held it strong pretty much all night to keep yourself in a good position. Just tell us how you did it, bud.
Working with my team, Heath and Zach and Richard and Danny and all them, and also working with Cody there at the end. I just fought to stay up front this time around, and it ended up working out for me.
And with it being a full-length 500-mile event at Talladega, what's the mindset that you got to bring yourself into to have basically the type of mindset, like I said, to race this type of race?
Stay calm. Just work with the teammates, set and figure out strategies as the cautions come out. We just figuring out strategies together, trying to place ourselves in positions to be able to help one another, and just stay calm. Don't make unwarranted moves during the race. Just try to race there to the end.
Exactly, and like we said, you really got yourself into that position there at the end and finished P2 here tonight. Congratulations, man, racing here at the Alpha One Foundation. Tell us, racing for a cause here tonight.
Oh, it was wonderful. I went on Discord about 3 days ago, seeing Heath, because our buddy John Ward was tore up in that hurricane, and seeing they needed a replacement driver for this race. Somehow it got by me, the race did, otherwise I'd already been in it, and I asked to drive for him. John confirmed it, and Heath and Hyper Motorsports brought me on as a teammate, and it was I thank him a lot for it. It was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun to watch and also get to call here tonight, Mr. Carter. And any final thoughts, shout outs before we let you go?
I want to thank everybody. Thank Michael, thank you guys for the broadcast. Thank everybody that had anything to do with this race. It was a very good cause.
Well, Mr. Carter, hopefully we will see you again sometime in the future. Until then, I hope you have a good night, man.
You too, buddy. We'll see you.
Yes, sir.
There you go, second place man, Christopher Carter. With this guy here, though, had him covered tonight. Cody was able to pull this thing off. Cody, did you want to move? You got a copy?
Yes, I do.
Man, I tell you what, well, first off, long race, you got to put strategy out there for it. But you had your teammate up there, man, Paul, for a while, and then that late caution there. But luckily, he was able to team up with Christopher and them. Did you think, though, after you lost Paul, man, it was what was going through your mind?
Well, I knew that there was a chance that, Chris might want to win it for John Ward because a lot's been going on with Ward and just in his personal life, and he wasn't able to race today, so Chris filled in, and I wouldn't have been mad at all if Chris wanted to go take that win. We have an alliance with Hyper in this race, and we were trying to take care of each other, our teams were, and I think we did a pretty good job, and it got late, and Chris said that he was good staying with me, and so I was just trying to get there and make sure that it was one of our money racing guys that won the race, because we got a pretty loyal group to each other, and we race several nights a week, and it's just really tight-knit group, and when we see each other, it's kind of that impromptu alliance of you race with each other multiple times a week, even though you're not teammates, you all know how each other races, so it's pretty easy to have chemistry with him.
Oh, absolutely, and it worked out beautiful at the end, like you said. I mean, when you come into a race this long, normally they're not this long, but when you come into one this long, what's kind of the mentality you have to have sometimes?
There's a few different things that you can do, but the biggest thing is whether you're running in the back or running up front, do what's comfortable to you. And just be mindful of what's going on around the track. And if you see a weird checkup or just something out of the ordinary, you just need to put yourself in a position, as much as possible anyway, to avoid the potential wreck when it happens. So whether that's running up front with your teammates and knowing that you're safe with your teammates or your allies, or just run in the back and let the laps wind down, there's not really a cookie cutter way to do it. I've seen both strategies work, but you just want to surround yourself as much as possible with guys that you trust.
Absolutely, and you did there at the end. Got your teammates up there, got involved, put this thing in victory lane, and got the win. You got anybody you want to thank for the night?
Yeah, of course. Want to thank you, Joe, for putting on the broadcast at OSR. Want to thank Michael Allen and all the admins for putting the Alpha 1 race on. Everyone that's donated to the Alpha 1, thank you for everything you do. Got to thank Chris Carter for the push, John Ward, Heath Job, all the guys over at Hyper Motorsports for the Alliance this race, everyone at Nightmare Esports that ran with me tonight. Again, it's a fantastic group of guys, and definitely a loyal bunch with both Nightmare and Hyper. So much love to everyone in this race, and a fantastic finish.
Absolutely it was. That's your man right there putting in victory lane, Cody Nichols tonight. Well, Will, it was for a good cause. It was a good race. Alpha 1 Foundation here tonight. You also had Sim Metrics out there coming on board for them. I mean, any final thoughts on this one? Because we've seen about everything you can see in a full race.
Oh, yes, sir, Joe. You hit the nail right on the head. We saw everything you do want to see in a Talladega race or super speedway style package race. You saw a lot of chaos, but that's to be expected when you say Talladega and super speedway racing at the same time. So it was a wonderful, great race for a great cause. Like you said, I agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly.
Definitely check out alpha1.org out there. Donation link is out on the chat if you want to donate to an awesome foundation. It was a great one here, folks. We're going to leave Talladega, though. That man right there, Cody Nichols, putting it in victory lane. For myself and everyone, hope you enjoyed it, and have a good night.